Chapter 755. The dragons regained their divinity and flew in the sky. Rays of divine light shot down from the dragons and landed beside the group of young people. The group of young people could see that the dragons didn't want to kill them. Instead, they wanted to drive them into the city. However, at that moment, they had no other choice. They could only follow the dragon clan and enter the city. On the other side, blood rained down. The Een soldiers in the city all exuded an aura of vicissitudes. It was as if they had traveled through time and space from the endless ancient past. It was as if ancient figures had appeared in the world. Zhou Tong led Xiao Chun and the others into the city calmly. He actually had a choice. He didn't have to go in, but there was something he wanted inside. Therefore, he had to take the risk. As Zhou Tong, Xiao Chun, and the others entered the city, the others also entered the city one after another. The dragons didn't make things difficult for them. They seemed to want to give them a way out. They wanted to force them into the city to explore. There were more than 100 people who entered the city. Some of them were affected by the dragon's divine ability and died on the way. After seeing that everyone had entered the city, the dragon's attacks became even more violent. This time, they didn't attack the sea of bones, but the city filled with death energy. Beams of dazzling divine light bombarded the city walls, and countless rays of light spread out within the city. All the cultivators were affected once again. However, at this time, the Een soldiers near the city gate raised their weapons and faced the divine ability of the dragons in the sky. These rusty and seemingly broken weapons actually blocked most of the divine ability. However, these Een soldiers were also shaken by the divine ability of the dragons. Their bodies were constantly shaking. At the same time, Zhou Tong also noticed that it wasn't the Een soldiers' weapons that blocked the divine ability of the dragons. The city emitted a light that soared into the sky. The evil black light blocked most of the divine ability of the dragons. The divine ability of the dragons is indeed terrifying. Xiaochen also saw this scene and exclaimed, "This is a great divine ability that has already been upgraded to the annihilation level." Zhou Tong was also a little envious. His divine ability was only at the level of sweep. It was still far from the highest level of exterminate. According to his own calculations, he needed to cultivate to the level of Zephyrus and be able to transform. Only then would he be able to truly master the profound meaning of annihilation and the great supernatural power of the dragons. Even the Zephyr realm was not enough. He might need to reach the Nirvana realm and comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. Buddha. Suddenly, a melodious Buddhist chant resounded. It gave off a feeling of endless vicissitudes of life. The Buddhist light above the city gate soared into the sky, and the brilliance of the sky sprinkled down. It was the Buddhist weapon inlaid at the city gate that was shining. In an instant, the Een soldiers retreated rapidly. That huge wheel on the city wall trembled unceasingly. At the same time, a formless sound wave surged violently like a stormy sea. It even contained a terrifying power that pushed everyone to the depths of the ancient city street. On the scene, other than the little monk called Ijin from the Buddhist school, everyone else was shaken to the point of ceaselessly retreating. Even Zhou Tong was no exception. Everyone looked at Buddhist Ijin, who was enveloped by the Buddhist light, with envy. This might be the inheritance of Buddha. Even the immortal realm cultivators would be moved. "Let's go." Zhou Tong glanced at Buddhist Ijin. Then he continued to walk towards the depths of the city. This place was still very close to the city gate. It was very easy to get killed by the aftermath of the dragon's divine ability. Roar! After Zhou Tong continued to advance, the dragon roar outside the city became louder and louder. The sound wave shook the world. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. Many people with weaker cultivation were already unable to endure it. Their complexion was incomparably pale. Under the pressure of the dragon's roar, all the cultivators had no choice but to enter the depths of the city together. More than 100 cultivators scattered during this process and entered different streets. They already couldn't care less about whether this city was dangerous or not. Their current main goal was to avoid the aftermath of the dragon's attack. "Brother Azure Dragon, where are we going?" Xiaochen followed beside Zhou Tong and asked, "This is also my first time here. How would I know so much?" Zhou Tong casually replied, "But no matter what, there might be some secrets in the center of the city. Let's go and take a look. In any case, the more intense the dragon's attack is, the more dangerous the surroundings of the city will be." After saying that, Zhou Tong didn't think too much and continued to advance. After passing through one street after another, the sound of the river surging and roaring suddenly came from the front. At the same time, a baleful aura accompanied by the pungent smell of blood pervaded the air in front of him. He saw a scarlet river of blood flowing in front of him. The nauseating smell of blood was coming from the river. On the surging river of blood, there was a stone bridge not far away. The ancient bridge was engraved with all kinds of demons and ghosts. These stone bridges seemed to have experienced countless years, and also seemed to want to tell a story to the people who came after. On each stone bridge, there were scattered skeletons. Perhaps because too much time had passed, these skeletons were almost weathered into ashes. One could imagine that with just a slight touch, these skeletons would immediately turn into ashes and dissipate. Zhou Tong didn't stop and directly crossed the river of blood along the stone bridge. In front of him was the center of the city, and there was a vast plaza. A huge stone tablet stood in the center of the plaza, and it was more than 100 meters tall. At this time, the surviving cultivators came to this plaza one after another. Everyone separated, and each took a side. There were only 30-plus cultivators who came here, and these people were the only surviving elites. The others had all died in the process. This city was extremely strange. Any random big street or small alley might contain unimaginable danger. There were even some people who directly entered the city's houses out of curiosity. That was simply courting death. Therefore, only 30-plus cultivators were left here. And in the distance, those Een soldiers turned a blind eye to everyone and continued to move according to the original program in an orderly manner. They simply looked like robots. In the distant sky, dragons were roaring, and they were still attacking this city. "Lan Nua, we meet again." At this time, Zhou Tong looked at a woman who was shrouded in rosy clouds not far away. "What, Lan Nua? Proud goddess Lan Nua?" Xiaochen was shocked. This woman was Lan Nua? He actually followed Lan Nua, who broke through the void and came to the world of immortals. He didn't expect to see Lan Nua here. But what made Xiaochen even more shocked was that Zhou Tong actually recognized Lan Nua. "Azure Dragon King, we meet again. It's just that, do you have a way to leave this place?" Lan Nua's voice was like an orchid in an empty valley, calmly resounding in everyone's ears. At the same time, the rosy clouds around her body disappeared, revealing her exceptional appearance. Zhou Tong slightly shook his head, and at the same time, his gaze looked at the huge stone tablet in the center of the island. Chapter 756. Just as Zhou Tong was looking at the huge stone tablet standing in the middle of the square suddenly erupted with a soaring divine light that tore through the dark sky, making it difficult for the blood rain to fall. All of it was blocked high up in the sky. At the same time, a wave as vast as the ocean surged in the square. This wave was not an aura of destruction, but a spiritual pressure of a higher level. This terrifying pressure was completely unbearable. Half of the people could not withstand this pressure and could not help but kneel down. They were like weak ants under the feet of the ruler of all things. That vast pressure, that ancient and vicissitude aura, truly intimidated one's soul. At this moment, only a few people with strong willpower in the whole square resisted this spiritual pressure. At this moment, the divine light emitted by the huge steel over 100 meters tall vanished in an instant. However, in the next instant, the heavenly steel once again transformed into layers of illusions. Suddenly, a few more huge heavenly steels appeared in the square. However, if one looked carefully, only the stone tablet in the center was real. The others were almost real phantoms. The real stone tablet and the phantoms stood in the center of the square. Although the clouds and mist were surging in the surroundings, everyone could vaguely see that there seemed to be mysterious engravings on all the stone tablets. Everyone was very excited and wanted to see what was written on these stone tablets. However, no one could get close to those stone tablets. There was an invisible force surging around the real stone tablets and the phantoms. A few cultivators wanted to get closer to take a look. In the beginning, there was no danger. However, when they got close to the stone tablets, they suddenly turned into a pile of bloody mud and dissipated in the square. Dang! 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 Seeing this horrifying scene, no one dared to continue trying. Some timid people even took a few steps back and watched from afar. However, after retreating, someone immediately saw many engravings on the guardrail around the square and let out a cry of surprise. Then, everyone walked to the railings around the square. Although they were called guardrails, they actually looked like pitch-black feldspars. There seemed to be a lot of history recorded on them, but the writing was too obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, the key parts of it had been erased. No one could understand it all. However, everyone still had some gains, because they found some engravings of cultivation methods, which gave them great inspiration. For a moment, the square was silent. Everyone was searching around the stone fence, trying to find more valuable engravings. Jotong was also searching nearby. He had only been in this world for a few months, so he still needed to accumulate a lot of experience before he could advance quickly. Although the cultivation method left here was far inferior to Xiao Qian's heavenly monolith profound technique and his own dragon's profound technique, it could greatly broaden his horizons. Moreover, there were many lost techniques here, such as the god-slaying technique, the chaotic 3 styles, the 8 laws of demon suppression, and so on. Before he completely deciphered the mysteries of his bloodline and obtained the complete inheritance of the dragons, these could greatly expand Jotong's abilities. And just when Jotong was immersed in these profound techniques and divine abilities, suddenly and noiselessly, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly approached him. Jotong suddenly turned his head. That sparkling and translucent azure dragon horn suddenly emitted a streak of azure light. In an instant, that streak of cold light was fixed in place. That was a sparkling and translucent flying dagger that was almost transparent. It was simply like a work of art. Someone took advantage of the time when he was carefully studying these profound techniques and divine abilities to launch a sneak attack. Buzz! In an instant, Jotong waved his dragon claw. A streak of azure light shot out and accurately landed on the 2 figures in midair, instantly imprisoning them. It's Warden? The successor of Xiao Li's flying dagger. Ah, that Carlos. He actually also came together with Warden. Many people present recognized the 2 people in the air. Because they recognized them, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Carlos was a spell master and could fly in the sky. And Warden was also the successor of Xiao Li's flying dagger. With the 2 of them together, they could launch a sneak attack on whoever they wanted to. Even if the attack didn't hit, they could also instantly escape 1,000 miles away. But now, the 2 of them were imprisoned by Jotong's dragon's divine ability. I don't remember when I provoked you guys. Why did you launch a sneak attack on me? Jotong somewhat curiously asked. Wharton suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He smiled bitterly and said, Hee hee, even if I die, I will die in the hands of the future Ediosaurus. I'm much luckier than you guys. You will all die miserably in the hands of evil spirits. Jotong activated his divine ability and tore apart this person's clothes. There was a bloody hole on his chest. Although his heart was still beating inside, everyone could clearly see that there was a wound on this heart. It seemed to have been clawed by something and was almost plucked away. So it was a suicide attack. At least you have some backbone. I will fulfill your wish. Jotong lightly waved his dragon claw. Immediately, the green radiance enveloping Wharton and Carlos transformed into a sharp blade and directly penetrated their hearts. Soon after, the green radiance dissipated. The 2 of them powerlessly fell from midair. Carlos and Wharton, just what kind of thing did they encounter? Some people were shocked. These 2 people were already the best of the best among those who survived, But even so, they were almost killed by something. However, even more people were concerned about the words Wharton said before he died, especially when he mentioned the Ediosaurus. Many people couldn't help but secretly look at Zhou Tong. So this is the divine ability of dragons. It is indeed terrifying. Confinement, extermination, is exactly the same as those dragons outside the city. It's just that the power is a little weaker. Many people silently compared the divine ability used by Zhou Tong with those adult dragons outside the city. They were secretly shocked. This little dragon king was only born for a few months, and he had already grown to this extent. It was too terrifying. For a moment, no one made a sound. The plaza was completely silent. However, the outside of the city was in full swing. The dragon's attack on the city was even more intense. Roar! Accompanied by waves of terrifying dragons' roars, one after another, extremely terrifying divine ability was used by the dragons. For a moment, glaring rays of light were like dozens of suns appearing at the same time. They tore apart the dark sky and even scattered the demonic clouds in the sky. At this moment, the sunlight sprinkled into the city. Finally, it's noon. When the sunlight shone in, Zhou Tong instantly understood the current time. He immediately raised his head and looked at the divine steels one after another. The divine steels that were still very blurry before finally revealed their contents at this moment. Chapter 757. At this moment, the midday sun shone down from the sky and collided with the radiance emitted by the city. In an instant, there was a continuous roar. It was as if fire and water were incompatible, erupting with monstrous explosions. After that, the aura of death soared into the sky, and the bloody light covered the sun, dyeing the entire city red. Rumble! At this moment, the huge divine monolith in the center of the square and the illusions of the other monolith began to move. Everything was gathered together, trapping a black ancient well in the center of the square. At first, no one paid attention to this black ancient well, but when the bloody light shone down, everyone realized that this ancient well was different from the rest. It emitted a heart-palpitating power. It was an ancient well with a diameter of about 1 zhang. There was a black aura lingering above it, giving people an unfathomable feeling. It was as if the bottom of the ancient well was connected to the gates of hell, and it could almost swallow people's minds. That should be the place where the Stone Man King underwent his transformation. Zhou Tong understood that the center of this city was definitely the place where the Stone Man King underwent his seclusion. The Stone Man King in this city should belong to the type that failed to break through. Zhou Tong only glanced at the ancient well, and then no longer paid attention to it. His gaze once again fell on the monolith. Under the illumination of the bloody light, the contents of the monolith could be seen clearly. There were words on all the monolith, and, among them, there were 2 words that were the same: eternal suppression. Every monolith had more than these 2 words, but the words behind eternal suppression were completely different. Zhou Tong looked at the other monolith. Except for the second monolith, which wrote eternal suppression of the Lost Island, the other monolith could only see the 2 words eternal suppression. The rest of the monolith could not be seen. The words on the monolith flashed, and very soon, a vivid picture appeared on each monolith. Although several monoliths were in front of them, everyone knew that only the second monolith, eternal suppression of the Lost Island, was real. The rest of the monolith seemed to be real. Under the blood-red sunlight, the engravings on the stone tablet not only had a vivid color, but also seemed to have a soul, as if it wanted to come out of the wall. Zhou Tong could clearly see the pictures on the stone tablets. The first stele was the one in Xiao Chen's hometown. It had the words, eternal suppression of the Yellow River, written on it. The picture on the stone tablet was very special. It was a picture of a disaster. There were storms, earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis. The second stele, which was the stele on the Dragon Island, was also the only real stele here. On this stone tablet, there were pictures of dragons galloping, humans and gods struggling, a sea of blood. This was the scene of a strange world, and also the scene of the Dragon Island. The scene on the third stone tablet was much simpler. It seemed to be describing the human path. It was composed of several diagrams: agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, fishing, merchant. It was a completely simple aura of life. One couldn't help but associate it with the various aspects of life and the mortal world. The picture on the fourth stone tablet was faintly emitting multicolored radiance. One after another, the majestic sky palaces towered above the clouds. Many bejeweled jade palaces were faintly discernible among the drifting clouds. The picture on the fifth divine monolith was inexhaustible purple clouds covering the heaven and earth. It seemed as if there was a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses galloping inside. It also seemed as if there were millions of creatures roaring inside. This picture was very blurry, but it made one's heart palpitate. Although one couldn't see through the clouds and mist, there was a majestic aura emitting from it. There seemed to be a sixth and seventh divine monolith. However, even the body of the monolith only had a little trace, let alone the engravings on it. Under the illumination of the blood-red sunlight, the few visible stone engravings not only had a vivid color, they were also emitting a faintly discernible sound. These stone engravings were so real, so lifelike. Every engraving seemed to have its own soul. This feeling should be brought about by the blood of the ancient heroic spirits contained in the divine monolith. Zhou Tong looked at these engravings and thought silently in his heart. Others didn't know what the divine monolith was, but Zhou Tong was very clear about it. The divine monolith contained the blood of countless heroic spirits from the ancient times. This was also the backup plan made by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Roar! The dragons outside the city were still bombarding the city with all kinds of divine abilities and magic spells. The terrifying attacks even shook the city. Even Zhou Tong and the others felt the violent tremors. And the pitch-black demonic well, surrounded by the few divine monolith, also faintly emitted brilliant divine light. However, the divine monolith firmly suppressed everything. Everyone felt that there was a majestic power under the city. It was boundless and unparalleled, as vast and mighty as the vast ocean. At the same time, the Dragon Island also underwent a change. Weapons flew out from all over the place. Black iron seal, golden halberd, Ediosaurus horn, Ediosaurus claw, 8 trigrams. Countless weapons pierced through the air and madly attacked these divine monolith. For a moment, the whole vicinity of the divine monolith became the center of storm. The others simply didn't dare to continue staying here. They could only retreat to the nearby streets and alleys. However, Zhou Tong was not included among these people. His whole body was covered in green light. His entire body seemed to have turned into a green electric light, revolving around these divine monolith. However, his gaze was fixed on the engravings on these divine monolith, especially those chi refinement diagrams. These cultivation methods were the foundation of the divine monolith mysterious technique. Look, what is that dragon doing? Zhou Tong's actions naturally attracted everyone's attention. Legend has it that there are cultivation methods on these divine monolith. The Azure Dragon King must be memorizing those cultivation methods. Someone said. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. I just didn't expect that he could actually endure the aftermath of that kind of battle. Are the bodies and divine abilities of the dragons really that terrifying? The aftermath of that kind of battle near the divine monolith, as long as they touched it, they would die. However, this dragon was actually able to endure it? No, he didn't forcefully endure it. Instead, he was constantly looking for the weak points of those shockwaves. Just at this time, Lan Nua also opened her mouth. Her voice was very gentle, like a spring breeze. This is an extremely terrifying battle ability. If he isn't a war god who has experienced hundreds of battles, then it must be his innate battle instinct. Or maybe he was born with an extremely terrifying heaven's eye. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for him to do this kind of thing under this kind of condition. Lan Nua was also very shocked. This dragon simply refreshed her understanding time and time again. As a proud goddess, Lan Nua had always been leading the way since she was young. Basically, not many people were able to enter her eyes. However, right now, she felt that her pride was about to be completely shattered by this azure dragon. This was a monster that constantly refreshed the definition of genius in her heart. What a powerful azure dragon. A monster among dragons. Lan Nua was secretly shocked. Chapter 758. At this moment, Zhou Tong was like a flash of lightning. He was moving within the shockwave caused by the numerous treasures bombarding the divine steel. This kind of terrifying shockwave, let alone a Historia-level little dragon like Zhou Tong, even a Zephyr-level demigod wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Zhou Tong relied on his battle experience to search for and guide the aftermath of the battle unceasingly. He actually managed to withstand those shockwaves. He knew he didn't have much time left. He couldn't comprehend it here. He could only try his best to memorize it. Zhou Tong raised his divine sense to the limit. The green radiance in his pair of dragon eyes was about to explode. Although those incomparably profound engravings caused his mind to tremble violently, he still relied on his frightening state of mind to forcefully suppress all the fluctuations in his heart. He tried his best to observe. While avoiding and guiding the shockwaves from the outside world, he forcefully suppressed the fluctuations in his mind. He finally managed to see the second divine steel, that is, the divine steel engravings on the Dragon Island. He didn't seek to understand it in detail. He only transformed the engravings into an imprint and branded it in his heart. Even so, Zhou Tong still felt as if his primordial spirit was splitting apart. The instant the divine steel's imprint entered his body seemed to be moving along with the divine steel. His entire body seemed to be driven by the divine steel. He wanted to rush up and confront those weapons. But no matter how dangerous it was, no matter how big the waves were in his primordial spirit, he still continued to observe. After he finished reading the engravings on the Dragon Island, he went to look at the third divine steel. This was a great opportunity that was hard to find even in 1,000 years. There were only 9 divine steels in this world, but the most basic training method was on the first 6 divine steels. Only after mastering the profound technique on the first 6 divine steels could one understand the 7th divine steel. The 8th divine steel was the wordless divine steel, and the 9th divine steel was in the hands of the Little Rock Emperor. It could be said that as long as he could obtain the profound technique on the first 6 divine steels, he would be able to complete his mission. And as luck would have it, among these divine steels before his eyes, only the words on the first 6 divine steels could be clearly seen. Zhou Tong spared no effort to operate his divine sense and imprint all the engravings on these divine steels into his heart. And the more he memorized, the more the profound technique's content would affect him. The Heaven Monument's power seeped into Zhou Tong's body through these marks, almost robbing him of his control over his body. This kind of situation was completely filled with internal and external troubles. Under this kind of crisis, only Zhou Tong could suppress it with his Historia-level cultivation. After a while, Zhou Tong had completely memorized all 6 pieces of the heavenly monolith method in his heart. It's time to leave. If this continues, even I will be in danger. Zhou Tong took one last look at the heavenly steel and immediately turned to leave. The moment he left the sky steel's side, Zhou Tong immediately felt that his primordial spirit, which was constantly trembling, and his body, which was faintly under his control, gradually returned to normal. All the changes in his body were caused by his proximity to the heavenly steel. Only by leaving the heavenly steel would he be able to return to normal. Zhou Tong left the vicinity of the heavenly steel, and he even went against the flow of the Blood River. He knew that there would be a place upstream where he could leave. The stench of the Blood River was incomparably fishy. Moreover, the river course had 9 bends and 18 bends. It meandered through the city. Zhou Tong followed the Blood River and finally arrived in an area. Xiao Chun, Lan Nua, and the others were already waiting in this area. There weren't many buildings in this area, but the blood mist was drifting in the vicinity of the Blood River. And within the blood mist, there was a sacrificial altar brimming with pressure. This sacrificial altar was no less than 20 meters tall. It was made entirely out of some kind of huge rocks. It was brimming with the vicissitudes of time. And in the surroundings of the sacrificial altar, there were countless steels revolving around it. Those steels were emitting bloody light that soared to the sky. It seemed like they were protecting the sacrificial altar. How did you find this place? As soon as he saw Zhou Tong appear, Xiao Qian was also a little surprised. How did he know they were here? Didn't you guys think about where the source of the Blood River is? Out of curiosity, we followed the Blood River here. Zhou Tong casually vibrated the air and replied, "If I didn't guess wrongly, this sacrificial altar is the key to getting out." After saying that, he took a step and his entire body soared up. He flew over the Blood River, crossed over the steels, rushed into the bloody light, and appeared in front of the ancient sacrificial altar. When the others saw that Zhou Tong had already gone up, they immediately followed behind him and stepped onto the sacrificial altar together. The group of people followed the ancient steps that were filled with the aura of time and walked up to the sacrificial altar together. This sacrificial altar was engraved with the image of the sun, moon, and stars. It was also engraved with countless ancient characters. When everyone walked up to the sacrificial altar, they immediately discovered that there were many bloody images of dragons being sacrificed here. In ancient times, this sacrificial altar was set up with dragons as the sacrifice. If I didn't guess wrongly, the original owner of this city should be someone who had a grudge against dragons. Zhou Tong looked at these images without any sadness or joy. However, at this moment, there was a black mass in all directions. A large number of ferocious spirits that lived in the city had also gathered here. There were also some skeleton birds in the sky. All the monsters were staring at the sacrificial altar, but they did not attack. Why do I feel that something is not right? Someone suddenly thought of something and was somewhat bewildered. These ferocious spirits and skeleton birds are surrounding us like this. Could it be that they want to use us as the sacrifice? Brother Azure Dragon, what should we do? Xiao Qian was also somewhat anxious and immediately looked at Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong did not answer. Instead, he carefully spread out his divine sense to study every corner of this sacrificial altar. Very quickly, he found a trace of an ancient teleportation array that was unique to this world. Zhou Tong did his best to memorize the rune imprints of these arrays and silently deduced in his heart. At this moment, the blood sun in the sky also moved to the center of the sky. A blood-red ray of light shone down. At the same time, this sacrificial altar also burst out with a brilliant blood-red light. The blood-red light in the sky and on the ground illuminated everyone's eyes in a blood-red color. Then, the teleportation finally opened. Space was distorted and time seemed to have become disordered. Everyone seemed to have entered a mysterious space-time tunnel. This blood-red light seemed to have become the only thing in front of everyone's eyes. Not knowing how much time had passed, everyone felt as if they were riding on clouds and mist, as if they were passing through at an extremely fast speed. Finally, after the blood-red light dissipated, a silent void appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This void looked like a scene before the heavens and earth were created. There was nothing here. It was pitch black and deathly still. This teleportation array is somewhat similar to the cross-starfield teleportation of the five-colored altar in Shrouded Heaven World. Give me some time. I can also arrange something like this. And this space-time feeling. Oh, it seems that another divine sense is about to be born. Zhou Tong had a deep understanding of space-time. Now that he saw the teleportation of this world, a trace of Tao feeling emerged in his heart. He vaguely wanted to create a new space-time divine sense. Chapter 759. In the silent void, it felt like millions of years had passed, yet it also felt like a short instant. Everyone felt as if time and space were in disorder. Unknowingly, the surrounding space started to distort once again. One after another, the energy fluctuation rippled out and gently brushed past their bodies like water ripples. Rumble. Along with a loud sound, a glaring radiance suddenly erupted. Everyone closed their eyes. When everyone opened their eyes, they only saw a cool breeze. The moonlight was like water and specks of starlight. The blood and terror in the city from before quickly disappeared. What replaced it was peace and tranquility. This was the peak of a huge mountain. Not far away, there were pavilions, terraces, and a small bridge with flowing water. There was also a burst of flower fragrance accompanying the cool breeze. Everything here was so beautiful. It made people feel as if it was not real. We escaped. We finally escaped. Someone finally shouted. At the same time, another cultivator excitedly rushed towards the spring water not far away. He wanted to wash off the bad luck on his body. However, when he passed by the entrance of a large hall, he suddenly disappeared into thin air. This unforeseen event immediately caused everyone's expression to change. It seemed like they were still in danger. Not only that, a psychic who was flying in the sky also suddenly disappeared. There seemed to be some kind of trap or restriction in the sky. It was equally terrifying. Don't casually go near those halls, and don't casually walk around. There were cultivators who warned the others on the spot. Brother Azure Dragon, what do we do here? Furthermore, why is it nighttime now? I remember that it was noon when we were in the city. Xiao Qin turned his head and looked towards Zhou Tong, who was at the side. No matter what, this place was still the territory of the dragons. Perhaps this Dragon King might know something. We have already used a few hours to teleport here. As for the other things, just don't act blindly without thinking. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Qin. Not to mention that there were still some things that he didn't understand. Even if he completely understood, there was no need to say it, because the source of the information was unclear. However, since we were able to enter through the altar, it is also possible for us to leave through the altar. Zhou Tong added in the end. We can go and see if there are any similar altars. Let me lead the way. Lan Nuo opened her mouth and walked in the front. This kind of courage could not help but be admired. I'll be at the back. If we really encounter a similar trap, I'll be able to pull you back. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment before speaking up. Shua. In an instant, everyone turned their gazes toward Zhou Tong, revealing looks of astonishment. This dragon was truly resourceful. Could it be that he had already seen through the nature of this trap in that instant? Even Lan Nuo looked at Zhou Tong with some surprise. However, Lan Nuo wasn't an ordinary person. She nodded slightly to Zhou Tong and led the way. After changing their direction and walking down the mountain for dozens of meters, one of the people in the middle of the group suddenly disappeared. At this time, a green divine light burst out from Zhou Tong's body and forcibly pulled that person back. He really pulled it back. Immediately, someone cried out in surprise. Following that, everyone's face revealed a trace of relief. Zhou Tong's action could be said to have strengthened the group's confidence and made them feel relieved. It's the great divine ability of the dragons again. This divine ability has been used to the peak in his hands. Furthermore, it seems that he has really sensed some of its mysteries. Lan Nuo also slightly looked back at Zhou Tong and was a little surprised in her heart. However, very quickly, she continued to lead the way. The group of people walked down the mountain for a few hundred meters without any danger. During this time, there were also people who disappeared, but very quickly, they were all pulled back by Zhou Tong. Everyone became more and more confident, firmly believing that they would definitely be able to walk out. It's too early for you to be happy. The further down you go, the more power you will need to pull you back. Look at the palace below. Once you reach there, even I can't do anything. Zhou Tong directly poured a bucket of cold water on the group's hearts. Immediately, everyone couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. If that was really the case, then how are they going to walk out? Don't worry, there seems to be another sacrificial altar over there. At this time, Lan Nuo, who was walking at the front, spoke. Everyone followed Lan Nuo's gaze and looked over. Not far away, there was a sacrificial altar that was exactly the same as the one in the ghost town. It was located in a pile of rocks not far away. Seeing this sacrificial altar, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a different choice. The group of people arrived at the side of the sacrificial altar. They only saw that the sacrificial altar was emitting a terrifying fiendish aura. It seemed like it had been soaked in blood before. How do we use this sacrificial altar? Standing on top of the sacrificial altar, someone raised a question. I reckon we need a blood sacrifice. Xiao Chun looked at the dried-up blood sacrifice on the sacrificial altar and said somewhat hesitantly, "All right then, let's each sprinkle a bit of blood on it and give it a try." Some cultivators directly cut their fingers and let their blood drip onto the sacrificial altar. Very quickly, the sacrificial altar began to emit bursts of bloody radiance. And some spectating cultivators also cut their fingers and let their blood drip onto the sacrificial altar. Immediately, the bloody radiance on the sacrificial altar became denser and denser. At the same time, the stars in the sky also shot down starlight and gathered towards the sacrificial altar. The bloody radiance soared into the sky and intertwined with the starlight in the sky. Finally, everything was absorbed by the sacrificial altar and turned into the most brilliant radiance. The radiance became brighter and brighter. Finally, the divine radiance soared into the sky, making everyone unable to open their eyes. Everyone knew that the teleportation was about to begin again. This feeling was exactly the same as when they came out of the ghost town. This world seems to be inferior to the five-colored sacrificial altar of shrouding the heavens technique in terms of teleportation. Once again feeling this teleportation array, Zhou Tong was keenly aware of more and more essential things. He found that this teleportation array was far inferior to the five-colored sacrificial altar of shrouding the heavens world in terms of distance and comfort of teleportation. And the reason for this gap was that there were some problems with the lines contained in this array. While Zhou Tong was secretly deducing, everyone once again experienced a space travel. The feeling was similar to the last time. Everyone's sense of time and space was stripped away. At the same time, everyone could see that there seemed to be beams of light in the void like meteors. In the process of moving forward, there seemed to be countless stars shining. They seemed to be walking under the bright, starry sky. Time and space were completely chaotic until the dazzling light burst out again. They shuttled out of this strange teleportation space, and all this ended. After coming out, everyone felt a chill. The surrounding cold wind whistled and snowflakes fluttered. Everyone's eyes were filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. This time, after coming out, they were in the Great Snow Mountain. This was the Great Snow Mountain on the west side of Dragon Island. Chapter 760. There were 3 special places on the Dragon Island: the Dragon's Sacred Mountain in the east, the Bone Sea in the middle, and the Snowy Mountain in the west. These 3 special places formed a straight line. Now that they suddenly appeared on this snowy mountain, everyone was on tenterhooks. They were also not sure if they were really out of danger this time or not. At the same time, the teleportation also took up a lot of time. The dawn was already showing in the east. It was obvious that the sun would rise soon. The Ghost Festival is already over. We should be out of danger. Someone spoke, but no one dared to risk their life to try. Time passed by little. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose in the east. The sunrise sprinkled down golden radiance, illuminating the originally silvery white, snowy mountain into a dazzling golden color. At this time, someone finally plucked up the courage to give it a try. When they discovered that this place was really safe, everyone immediately cheered and laughed loudly. And after discovering this, everyone immediately left this snowy mountain. At this moment, only Zhou Tong, Xiao Chun, Ku, and a few other humans, beasts, were left on the snowy mountain. A new life. Xiao Chun also sat on the snowy ground at this time. He welcomed the sunrise and felt relaxed all over. But very soon, Xiao Chun stood up once again. He was unceasingly thinking about the God Slayer, chaotic pattern, demon suppression, and death blow he obtained from the heavenly monolith, as well as the second part of the heavenly monolith's mysterious technique. He subconsciously rushed into the snowy mountain to stretch his body and began to practice these 4 major techniques. Xiao Chun also clearly saw the second part of the divine monument mysterious technique. Seeing Xiao Chun's action, Zhou Tong also slightly nodded in his heart. Xiao Chun obviously obtained the second part of the divine monument mysterious technique. But next, I will also begin to comprehend the divine monument mysterious technique. Zhou Tong didn't disturb Xiao Chun. He quietly laid on the snowy ground and began to comprehend the divine monument mysterious technique. As he comprehended, the heavenly diagram of the heavenly steel profound technique appeared in his heart. The 6 heavenly steel profound techniques were like 6 worlds revolving around Zhou Tong. The 6 heavenly diagrams slowly rotated in Zhou Tong's divine soul. Immediately, the life essence in his entire body surged like a great river. Just by comprehending the heavenly diagram of the heavenly steel mysterious technique, he could vaguely activate the life essence in his body. At this moment, the 6 celestial steel's profound art appeared in Zhou Tong's heart one by one, constantly blending and comprehending. Crash! At this moment, the sound of crashing waves and tsunamis rang out from Zhou Tong's body. It was as if there was a vast and boundless ocean within his body, and the potential within his body kept on roaring. Wisps of life essence flowed out from the sea of potential, constantly brushing Zhou Tong's flesh, blood, bones, and organs. This was simply a process of meridians and marrow cleansing. His body was undergoing a metamorphosis. With the heavenly steel mystic art being further perfected, Zhou Tong's deep-sea divine art had also improved. The potential in his body had become deeper, thicker, and more boundless. And vaguely, the yin and yang currents in the deep sea within Zhou Tong's body seemed to be intertwining, as if nurturing an even more incredible ability. Potential can also contain such profoundness. Zhou Tong's heart vaguely seemed to have opened up a new world. He could feel that once he developed this deep sea in the future, it would definitely give birth to an unimaginably terrifying ability in his body. The heavenly steel mystic art is indeed something left behind by Pangu, Niuhua, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Zhou Tong's heart was a little surprised. The heavenly steel mystic art was indeed the #1 method to accumulate one's foundation. He had only comprehended one of the methods to accumulate one's foundation from this profound art, and the changes it produced were already faintly beyond his imagination. Zhou Tong looked into his own deep sea and watched the yin and yang currents in the deep sea over and over again. Gradually, he felt that everything in front of him was a little blurry. The boundless sea and the incomparably deep sea. For a moment, Zhou Tong felt that he had already entered the depths of the sea and arrived at another space. The sunlight quietly shone on Zhou Tong's body, and the silver-white snowflakes accumulated in his body bit by bit. Zhou Tong was lying on top of the snow mountain, and his entire body was covered by the snowflakes, as if he had already turned into a snowman. Time slowly passed, and a day passed. In the blink of an eye, the curtain of night fell. The sky was clear, and the moonlight and starlight sprinkled down from the sky. The moonlight and starlight between the heaven and earth surged like water waves, and even the extreme cold chi on the snow mountain. All of these condensed towards Zhou Tong and drilled into his body, causing this place to be incomparably resplendent, as if it was a bright moon. Zhou Tong was still quietly staying at the same place. He was blankly immersed in his own deep sea, and unceasingly comprehended the ups and downs of the deep sea, and whether it was strong or weak, all kinds of yin and yang currents, and compared them with the heavenly steel mystic art. This feeling, the flow of the deep sea currents in my body, seems to be the circulation path of the heavenly steel mystic art. I actually used this method to cultivate the heavenly steel mystic art. At this time, a trace of understanding suddenly appeared in his heart. Weren't the ocean currents in his deep sea the circulation path of the heavenly steel mystic art? Perhaps even Pangu, Niuhua, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who created the heavenly steel mystic art wouldn't have thought that Zhou Tong would use this method to cultivate the heavenly steel mystic art. The cultivation system of this world has endless possibilities. Zhou Tong was also somewhat emotional. The cultivation system of this world had a lot of uncertainties, especially in the aspect of divine abilities, which could often give birth to many inconceivable divine abilities. It was possible that some of these divine abilities exceeded the knowledge of Pangu, Niuhua, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At the very least, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors didn't consider the existence of the Little Stone Emperor. This was because if the Little Stone Emperor's final moment of connecting the past and present was seen by the other emperors, all of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' plans would have been for naught. In particular, Zhou Tong himself wasn't actually a native of this world. He had the results of another cultivation civilization in his heart, and he could examine the process and results of cultivation from a different direction. Naturally, he could give birth to divine abilities that far exceeded the expectations of Pangu, Niuhua, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It's just, did I cultivate the heavenly steel mystic art or not? However, after thinking about it, Zhou Tong's heart was somewhat hesitant. The orthodox heavenly steel mystic art was something like Shao Chun, which created divinized apertures in the body. Finally, these apertures connected into a line to form a completely new circulation path. However, the deep-sea currents in his body were only circulating according to the path of the heavenly map. He couldn't cultivate those divinized apertures at all, nor could he connect those divinized apertures. Let's take one step at a time. Maybe I'll figure out naturally in the future. Zhou Tong thought in his heart. My primary goal right now is to reach the Zephyrus realm and transform into a human. Buzz! His body slightly shook, and the accumulated snow on the surface of his body was shaken off. At this moment, his body was a lot bigger than before. His power had also quietly increased to Historia's 7th celestial layer. Chapter 761. Historia's 7th celestial layer. My speed of advancement can be considered unprecedented, Zhou Tong said in his heart. He remembered that after those dragon kings left the Dragon Island in the original work, they had to train for an entire year before they managed to advance to Exuvia's 9th celestial layer. And before he left the Dragon Island, he had already advanced to Historia's 7th celestial layer. However, my speed of advancement is also reasonable and reasonable. Although it's a different training system, the principle is still the same. As long as I have enough power, I will be able to advance quickly. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He continued to lie on the ground and absorb the worldly essence, as well as the essence of the sun and moon to train. Not only Zhou Tong, Shao Chun was also training bitterly in this snowy mountain. He had just obtained the second part of the divine steel mysterious technique. He was extremely excited. After training non-stop these past few days, his divine steel mysterious technique advanced to a whole new level in the blink of an eye. And just when Zhou Tong and the others were training bitterly, the battle outside was still ongoing. At the center of the Dragon Island, in the ghost town, countless half-ancestor and Zushin weapons were attacking the divine steel frantically. At the same time, the divine ability of the dragons flickered as they attacked together. The whole process lasted for 7 days. And on the 7th day, the baleful aura at the center of the island weakened by a lot. The sea of blood in the sky also slowly faded away. At the same time, those weapons that were attacking the ghost town also turned into rays of light and left the ghost town. As for the Buddha's divine tool, it was embedded in the ancient city's gate once again. At the same time, countless dragons flew out of the ghost town. Their divine ability quickly faded away during this process. After completely leaving the ghost town, they actually couldn't even maintain their flight and could only land on the ground. Finally, the Edisaurus horn and Edisaurus claw, these things that belonged to the Edisaurus, also quickly flew out of the ancient city and rushed towards the direction of the sacred mountain. All the practitioners who noticed this scene were incomparably shocked. The dragons lost their divine ability once again. Their bestial nature suppressed their divinity once again. They were beaten back to their original form. No matter if it was the royal dragons, such as the monarch lion dragon, tyrannical dragon, or the ordinary mammoth dragons, all of them were running on the ground. They could no longer fly. And along with the disappearance of the dragons and those weapons, very quickly the ghost town and the sea of bones also gradually disappeared. In that sea of bones, only 100-meter tall, huge steel towered there. Everything else seemed to have completely disappeared, as if nothing had happened. However, no matter if it was the forest on the Dragon Island or the boundless sea of bones, traces of the blood rain could still be found. This was the only evidence left behind until now. It's finally gone. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The island was finally back to normal. Let's go take a look together. Zhou Tong was also curious as to how these things disappeared. It was as if they were hidden in another space. That's right. Let's go take a look. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. Very soon, the few of them arrived at the center of this sea of bones. However, this sea of bones had already quieted down completely. Those terrifying skeletons were lying on the ground quietly. There was no sign of them coming back to life. And at this place, Zhou Tong also saw a lot of people. Basically, all of them were those cultivators who came out together with him. Lan Nuo was the one he was more familiar with. Of course, there were also some cultivators he had never seen before. After all, there were still a lot of places that were safe during this period of time. For example, the snowy mountain they were at before. Zhou Tong faintly nodded towards them. Soon after, he began to use his own method to search this place for any clues. This city comes and goes without a trace. It's illusory. Once it disappears, it's hard to find it again. Do you see anything? Suddenly, a colorful mist drifted over. A gentle voice transmitted from the mist. The person who came was precisely Lan Nuo. She looked at Zhou Tong with some expectation. In her opinion, Zhou Tong had broken the concept in her heart time and time again. She was also looking forward to what this little dragon could say. If even you can't see anything, what can I see? Zhou Tong shook his head. Maybe there is another space-time, but I practice the law of time. My understanding of the law of space is not that deep. Lan Nuo also felt a little regretful. However, Zhou Tong could tell from her voice that Lan Nuo really sensed something. However, because she was proficient in the law of time, her understanding of space was lacking a lot. That was why she couldn't find the crucial thing. Unfortunately, I have some understanding of space, but unfortunately, my cultivation is too low. Zhou Tong also said in a soft voice, "If you don't mind, we might as well exchange a few words. Maybe by combining our understanding of time and space, we can find some clues." Lan Nuo was startled. This azure dragon was really a little scary. He knows that I am Nirvana Realm cultivator, but he is merely a Historia Realm little dragon. He actually has the courage and confidence to discuss with me? Lan Nuo was getting more and more curious. Just what did this little dragon want to talk to her about? It just so happens that I am also a little curious about space during my training. Let's exchange some words. Lan Nuo nodded her head. However, this is not the place to talk. Follow me. Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo left together, which attracted the attention of many people. However, they only took a glance and didn't care about it anymore, because they couldn't affect anything. Only Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. This azure dragon is really out of the ordinary. When he was with me, he only fancied Ku's treasure hunting ability. I'm afraid only Lan Nuo, that kind of proud goddess, can truly communicate with him as an equal. At the same time, Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo advanced together and arrived at a spiritual mountain with abundant spiritual energy. The forest here was verdant and lush, the wisteria twined around. It could even be said that the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds could be heard. The spiritual energy was dense, and there was even a hanging spring and waterfall embellished the place. Not far away, there was a bamboo house, which should be Lan Nuo's residence these days. Behind the bamboo house, there was a bamboo forest and a clear small lake. The fish in the lake swam happily. There are many spiritual mountains and immortal valleys in the Dragon Island, but the spiritual energy contained in this mountain forest can be regarded as the highest quality among the many spiritual mountains. Lan Nual walked to the small lake behind the bamboo house and sat quietly on a blue stone. Zhotong also came to a large stone opposite Lan Nual. My space Tao is a little different. Maybe it is different from what you know. Zhotong pondered for a while and then said, Zhotong has made up his mind to try to spread some Tao techniques of shrouding the heavens world. He wants to see how compatible the Tao of these two worlds can be. Is it something beyond your knowledge? Lan Nual became more and more curious. She looked well-behaved and listened attentively. It's not too much beyond. In short, it's a little different from the divine ability, you know. Zhotong said, and directly described some of the things that the saints of shrouding the heavens world who are proficient in space Tao have comprehended. And Lan Nual was completely shocked when she heard these things just now. Chapter 762. On the small mountain, the clear and quiet lake reflected the dense trees in the vicinity. When the breeze brushed past, it was hard to tell if the trees were moving or the water was moving. Zhotong and Lan Nual were one dragon and one human. The two figures were quietly discussing at the side of the lake. Last time, when they were discussing, they only touched upon some general knowledge of the training system, as well as some comprehension of training. However, this time, they had clearly gone a step further and already touched upon some specific training techniques, as well as various divine abilities. Although Zhotong was merely at the Historia realm, Lan Nual didn't dare to look down on him. Especially the things that Zhotong talked about was also an unimaginable shock to Lan Nual. It was as if she was re-examining her own training process from another perspective. It made Lan Nual benefit a lot. As for the time Tao that Lan Nual explained, although Zhotong only occasionally spoke a few words, he always hit the nail on the head. It made Lan Nual understand her own flaw in the Tao of time, especially when Zhotong occasionally gave one or two suggestions. It made Lan Nual widen her horizons even more. It made her realize that the Tao of time could actually be played like this. This time, the two of them discussed Tao for a total of 7 days. After a good while, Lan Nual stood up and bowed towards Zhotong. She sighed with emotion and said, Brother Long's comprehension of the Tao of time is no small matter. If I have any gains in the future, it will be all thanks to Brother Long. You are exaggerating. The Tao of time is boundless. I have also benefited a lot from talking with you. Zhotong said, However, the Tao you spoke of is similar to the God's Guide that I obtained by chance. After muttering to herself for a moment, Lan Nual seemed to have made a decision. She directly said to Zhotong, The God's Guide that I trained in is the most perfect combination of martial arts and divine abilities. It can be said to be a supreme treasure. In this world of immortals, martial arts and divine abilities were two completely different training systems. People who trained in martial arts didn't have any divine abilities. They only had battle techniques and physical body. Battle techniques that had reached the pinnacle as well as supreme treasured body that surpassed magic treasures. As for divine abilities, the physical body and battle techniques didn't make too much progress. However, they could gain many incomparably marvelous divine abilities. Each of them had their own uses. Most importantly, there was a conflict between martial arts and divine abilities. After cultivating a divine ability, if you were to cultivate martial arts and attain a martial body, there would be a huge conflict. Your spatial god, art gives me a feeling very similar to God's attraction. Lan Nual looked at Zhotong. Have the dragons already mastered the perfect combination of martial arts and magical powers? The martial arts of us dragons are different from the martial arts you humans speak of. Zhotong replied, The greatest difficulty of your human martial arts is to cultivate a martial body. However, this technique will conflict with divine powers. But we dragons don't need it. We dragons are born with physical bodies that are not much weaker than your human's martial body. Lan Nual stared blankly for a moment, then nodded his head and said, That's right. That's indeed the case. If our human race wants to forge a martial body, the difficulty is far too great. When I was in the lower realm, I was already invincible in the world at the age of 20. However, after cultivating the divine guide, the conflict between my martial body and divine ability almost crippled my cultivation. For this reason, I sealed myself in ice for 13 years. At this point, Lan Nuo sighed in his heart. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to endure that 13 years of torment. Zhou Tong was also somewhat surprised. So in the original work, after Lan Nuo cultivated the divine guide, her cultivation was almost crippled and she was sealed in ice for 13 years. It was actually because she wanted to connect the two great systems of martial arts and divine abilities, and she even succeeded. In the original work, only Xiao Chun was able to successfully connect the two great systems of martial arts and divine abilities. However, he was able to succeed because he used the heavenly steel profound method. Even so, Xiao Chun had a narrow escape during his cultivation. There were several times when his martial body and divine ability clashed, and he almost died. Who would have thought that the current Lan Nuo had already reached this step? Amazing, admirable. Zhou Tong looked at Lan Nuo with a trace of admiration in his eyes. She was indeed worthy of being the proud goddess who cultivated to the supreme Zhu Shan realm by herself in the original work. This aptitude, who knows how many times more than Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was powerful because he cultivated the heavenly steel profound method. The potential in his body was constantly precipitating and accumulating. His aptitude could be said to be forcefully pushed up because of the heavenly steel profound method. Regarding Xiao Chen's aptitude, the original work's martial imprint evaluation could be considered to be quite appropriate. That is, once in 20 years. And this evaluation was because Xiao Chun had already cultivated 2 sets of heavenly steel profound method and transformed several times. If he didn't have the heavenly steel profound method, his aptitude would only be at the level of an ordinary person. It's just a combination of martial arts and divine ability. Zhou Tong also became silent. The combination of martial arts and divine ability, in the eyes of this world's cultivation system, was an extremely contradictory thing. However, if one looked at it from the perspective of heaven concealing method, chaotic ancient method, and immortal ancient method, these two were naturally one. There was no contradiction or conflict at all. Cultivation of martial arts could progress. Cultivation of divine ability could also progress. If you don't worry about me, why don't you tell me about this divine guide? Maybe I can give you some different suggestions. Zhou Tong looked at Lan Nuo and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Lan Nuo revealed a trace of a moving smile. She also wanted to see what kind of unusual insight this extremely bizarre Azure Dragon would have on this cultivation method that could integrate martial arts and divine ability. Saying this, Lan Nuo told Zhou Tong about the divine guide that she cultivated. This divine guide was indeed a cultivation method created by this world's cultivators to seek the integration of martial arts and divine ability. From this divine guide, Zhou Tong could vaguely see some thoughts and traces of the chaotic ancient method. Divine Guide cultivated the martial arts treasure body, but it didn't reject divine ability that much. Instead, it used a special cultivation method to integrate divine ability into the body. When this cultivation method fell into the hands of different people, it could be cultivated into different things. When it fell into the hands of people who were proficient in martial arts, it would be using martial arts as the foundation and divine ability as the supplement. If it fell into the hands of cultivators who were proficient in divine ability, it would be using divine ability as the main cultivation method and using divine ability to cultivate martial arts. I don't know much about your human cultivation method, but if it's just based on this divine guide, I can give you a few suggestions. After a slight pause, Zhou Tong immediately said, "Please say." Lan Nuo's eyes lit up. "You should be on the path of cultivating martial arts with divine ability, but have you ever thought about setting up some formations in your body and using the formations to integrate various divine ability. When the time comes, perhaps some unusual power will be born. Zhou Tong began to explain some of the cultivation methods of the chaotic ancient method to Lan Nuo. During this time, he even talked about some of the cultivation methods of the chaotic ancient method. Lan Nuo was very shocked. In fact, when it came to formations, it wasn't that she didn't think about it, but in the end, she still couldn't find a method. However, this Azure Dragon actually thought of the method of imprinting formations in such a short time. However, as Zhou Tong talked, doubts appeared in Lan Nuo's heart. She also directly asked questions. Time slowly passed as the two of them asked and answered. Chapter 763. Time passed by day after day. In a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo had been discussing Dao on this small mountain all along. And just when the two of them were leisurely discussing Dao, the news had already spread like wildfire in the outside world, because they found a way to leave the Dragon Island. Over there, they gathered 9 Dragon Kings and summoned the ship of Ediosaurus. Ever since they arrived at the Dragon Island, they only met 2 Dragon Kings, and they were Zhou Tong and that Amethyst Dragon King. But what made everyone gnash their teeth in hatred was that the Amethyst Dragon King that appeared with great difficulty was killed by Zhou Tong. This undoubtedly made everyone endlessly furious, because with 1 less Amethyst Dragon King, only God knows if they can gather 9 more Dragon Kings. But even so, on the entire Dragon Island, everyone's fighting spirit was aroused. They were all looking for the Dragon Kings on the island unceasingly. Where there is a will, 9 Dragon Kings are a must. If they don't look for them, no one can leave this place. This Dragon Island was really too dangerous. None of the youngsters on the island were willing to stay here any longer. And just at this time, Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo's discussion was finally broken. Someone found their location, and the person who came was precisely Xiao Chun, who was familiar with Zhou Tong. Senior Lan Nuo, brother Azure Dragon, we already found a way to leave the Dragon Island. Xiao Chun immediately got straight to the point when he appeared. He wanted Zhou Tong to make a move and summon the ship of Ediosaurus together with the other Dragon Kings. How many Dragon Kings did you find? Lan Nuo asked. Xiao Chun replied, other than brother Azure Dragon, there's also a black Dragon King that was found by someone. He is willing to leave with us. If brother Azure Dragon is willing to make a move, we still need 7 more Dragon Kings. 7 Dragon Kings is not a simple number. We dragons normally need at least 100 years to hatch. But the situation on the Dragon Island is special during this period of time. There is a source of dragon chi on the island that can help us to hatch quickly. You guys look for them properly. Maybe you'll be able to find enough Dragon Kings very quickly. Come find me after you find the remaining 7 Dragon Kings. Zhou Tong finally said. All right. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Zhou Tong's words definitely meant that he was willing to leave with him. Since you can go back, I hope you can reconcile with Zhao Lin Air. Lan Nuo said softly. When the void shattered that day, I saw all of you rushing in. I wanted to stop you, but I realized that there was no way to reverse the situation, so I could only let all of you come with me. Unexpectedly, the 2 of you became enemies. We all came from a human world. We don't want to see you fight to the death. I want you to calm your resentment. I have the heart to reconcile the 2 of you. Are you willing? Lan Nuo said, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Xiao Chun, waiting for his answer. Xiao Chun stared blankly, then nodded and said, I have no problem, but is Zhao Lin willing to reconcile with me? Take me to her. Lan Nuo was very confident in herself. She believed that Zhao Lin was also willing to give her face. The grudges between her and Xiao Chun would vanish like smoke in thin air. Lan Nuo, after you settle Xiao Chun's matter, I still have one more thing that I need your help with. Seeing that Lan Nuo was about to leave, Zhou Tong suddenly spoke. Lan Nuo suddenly looked at Zhou Tong, then slightly nodded, then immediately followed Xiao Chun and left together. And just after Lan Nuo left, Zhou Tong also began to move. He used his divine ability to carve one rune after another on the entire small mountain. He even used his own dragon blood to set up a formation in some places. As the formation was completed bit by bit, white fog suddenly curled up in this area, becoming more and more hazy. The essence of heaven and earth surged towards this place like a tide. The bamboo forest rustled. The clear spring gurgled. The essence of this mountain was incomparably dense. The essence of heaven and earth is condensing, but it is still not enough. Zhou Tong continued to set up the formation. He left this small mountain and began to trigger the ley line in the nearby mountains. He even used a special method to activate the underground ley line, causing the dragon essence and Edisaurus essence of the dragon island to condense here. Roar! A clear and melodious dragon roar transmitted from the white fog. Along with Zhou Tong's arrangement, the entire small mountain became different. The originally white fog began to emit a faint scarlet radiance. Then it changed into orange radiance, then golden radiance, jade green radiance, cyan radiance, blue radiance, purple radiance. Strands of rainbow-colored radiance appeared in the entire small mountain. The dense mist was steaming. The essence of heaven and earth was seething. This small mountain could be considered as the gathering place of the top-grade ley line on the Dragon Island. The underground ley line was abundant with spiritual energy. It even contained a relatively large ley line on the Dragon Island. Now that all of these were activated by Zhou Tong, this small mountain immediately turned into a land of immortals filled with dense spiritual energy. At this moment, the divine radiance in the small mountain soared to the heavens. The mist filled the air. Countless dragon essence and Edisaurus essence rushed out from the ground and condensed towards the small mountain. Dragon roars echoed in the heaven and earth. The light mist was dense. The dragon aura overflowed unceasingly, filling the entire formation. The formation outside is almost done. Next is the core area. Zhou Tong re-entered the formation, arrived at the area where he and Lan Nuo were discussing before, and set up the formation again. Immediately, buzz! The essence of the plants, the Earth's dragon aura, the dragon essence of the Dragon Island, the Edisaurus essence, sunlight, starlight, moonlight, all of them condensed like water and flowed into this area, pouring into the center of the big rock beside the lake. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Lan Nuo settled the conflict between Xiao Chun and Zhao Lin Air, she came back with a hint of curiosity. She was very curious about the help that Zhou Tong mentioned. However, the moment she came back, she was immediately stunned. The misty mist in front of her, the dense essence of the heaven and earth, the divine radiance filled the sky, the dragon aura spread out, and there was even a faint dragon roar in the air. Was this fairyland-like place really the place she left before? How long have I left? In less than 4 hours, such a shocking change actually happened here. Was it done by the Azure Dragon? Lan Nuo was very shocked. This kind of method could almost be said to change the heaven and earth. Go this way. At this moment, Zhou Tong also noticed that Lan Nuo had returned. He controlled the formation to make a path. The mist that pervaded the entire small mountain began to disperse, revealing a passage that led to the center. And at the end of the passage was Zhou Tong. Lan Nuo felt like she was in a dream. She followed this passage and went back to Zhou Tong's side. "This is your doing?" Lan Nuo was very surprised. Along the way, she already understood that this was the method of a formation. She didn't expect this dragon to have such understanding of formation. Zhou Tong nodded his head and said, "Since there is hope to leave the Dragon Island, I cannot waste this last chance. We dragons have lived here for millions of years. The Dragon Island is pervaded with the power of dragon essence. I need to undergo one last transformation before leaving the Dragon Island." Chapter 764. The Last Transformation. Are you going to break through the Zephyr realm and become a demigod? Lan Nuo was shocked. This kind of cultivation speed was a bit too fast. He was only a few months old, and he was going to break through to the Zephyr realm. But after thinking about it, Lan Nua had to admit that Zhou understanding of power, magic, and martial arts had already surpassed the Zephyr realm cultivators. Even from the perspective of a Nirvana realm cultivator like her, he could be said to be unfathomable. With such a realm, breaking through to the Zephyr realm was not difficult at all. Zhou nodded and said, "And I don't know much about things outside of Dragon Island, but since we can leave, there will definitely be 9 Dragon Kings. I don't know if those people outside will have any thoughts about me." Zhou was very straightforward. There could be many Dragon Kings, but the winner of all the Dragon Kings battles would be the Edisaurus. Zhou had absolute confidence that he could beat all the Dragon Kings. But what about after leaving Dragon Island? God knows if, after leaving Dragon Island, those big forces who control the Dragon King would treat Zhou, the fastest evolving Dragon King, as a thorn in their side and use some special means to deal with him. He had not grown up yet. Rashly exposing himself was not a good thing. Back in Shrouding Heaven world, the reason why he dared to cause trouble when his cultivation was weak was because he had a great saint weapon in his hand. As long as he avoided the Emperor weapon, he could just flip the table and leave at any time. But in this world, there was nothing, so he did not dare to be too reckless. "I hope you can protect me." Zhou looked at Lan Nua. "Okay." Lan Nua did not hesitate and directly nodded in agreement. When she was sealed by the divine light on Dragon Island, she almost died because of resisting the power of the seal. It was Zhou who helped her. Logically, Lan Nua would not refuse Zhou request. Everything was ready. Zhou went directly to the core of the formation, which was also the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. He quietly lay down, and at the same time, he used the dragon's technique and his own deep-sea magic. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, sounding especially distant amidst the mist and multicolored light. Even the nearby mountains were shaking. Below the ground, dragon chi pervaded the air, rushing out a brilliant rainbow-colored light, drawing in the starlight and moonlight that filled the sky, connecting together like a great dragon soaring into the sky. All the light gathered in Zhou body. In an instant, the green light from his body shot up into the sky like a cloud of mist. The dragon chi overflowed and was brilliant. Zhou began his breakthrough. Boundless draconic chi, draconic essence, and even the essence of Edisaurus soared into the sky and converged to form a huge phantom of Edisaurus. It condensed in midair and looked down. For a moment, the draconic might here was like the sea, suffocating everyone. The scattered draconic essence and essence of Edisaurus in the mountains all condensed. Even Lan Nua felt a huge pressure. This was the genuine draconic might of Edisaurus. This dragon island is worthy of being the place where dragons lived for countless years. There is actually still the essence of Edisaurus. Lan Nua looked at the phantom of Edisaurus in the sky. She was also a little astonished. She could naturally see, once these ownerless Edisaurus essence were refined and absorbed by Zhou, it was equivalent to him directly getting rid of 1 or 2 young Dragon Kings. He could definitely take a big step forward in the evolution of Edisaurus. At the same time, those scattered draconic essence and Edisaurus essence within Zhou body condensed and transformed into a rainbow-colored divine radiance. It tempered his body and cleansed all the meridians in his body. Every inch of his flesh was cleansed by the rainbow-colored radiance. So much so that one could faintly see strands of rainbow-colored radiance wandering about. This was equivalent to changing the meridians and washing the marrow. At the same time, in the deep sea, the waves were surging violently. Under the surface of the sea, the undercurrent was surging. The seawater was getting deeper and deeper. The operation of the ocean currents was also getting more and more mysterious. Zhou was completely immersed in it for a moment. Perhaps a split second had passed, but it also felt like a few days had passed. Zhou kept his calm all along. He was lying on the ground alone in this environment filled with draconic essence and essence. He was silently breaking through. After communicating with Lan Nuo during this period of time, Zhou Tong had already figured out all the profoundness of the world of a mortal's training system in the Zephyr realm. However, breaking through to the Zephyr realm was not something that could be achieved by just relying on strength and spiritual energy. This was the process of unlocking the treasures within the body. What was required was a kind of mysterious opportunity. However, this kind of opportunity, other people might not be able to find it, but to Zhou Tong, it was nothing. To a dragon king like him, what kind of opportunity could be compared to the essence of Ediosaurus? He only needed to condense 1 or 2 strands of the essence of Ediosaurus scattered on the Dragon Island, and he could easily break through the barrier. At this moment, bathed in the rich draconic essence and Ediosaurus essence, Zhou Tong's body underwent some changes. It was as if he had eaten some kind of super tonic. His body swelled up rapidly. Originally, he was only about 1.5 meters, but now he rapidly grew to 2 meters in height in a very short period of time. However, when his body was growing, the green radiance on the scales all over his body seemed to have dimmed a lot. Those scales already did not look like the scales of a living dragon. Instead, they looked like the scales of a dead dragon. The Dragon King needs to shed his skin to advance to the Zephyr realm. Lan Nuo also looked at Zhou Tong with some surprise. Her eyes were emitting strands of multicolored radiance, as if she wanted to see through the changes under that layer of green scales. No, this is not an ordinary shed skin. It is an evolution. Ediosaurus scales. This is the new characteristic of Ediosaurus that appeared during his transformation this time. Lan Nuo secretly said in her heart. Although Zhou Tong's body was also covered in scales before, this kind of scales was very similar to the scales of crocodile. However, the real Ediosaurus scales were actually similar to the scales of a carp. Roar! Just at this time, that Daozu dragon shadow in the sky suddenly let out a world-shaking dragon roar. Soon after, the dragon's shadow quickly rushed into Zhou Tong's body. Rumble! A loud sound transmitted from his body, as if some kind of shackle was broken. Divine power violently gushed out. For a moment, the green radiance around Zhou Tong's body was boundless, thousands of auspicious colors. Finally, at this moment, he completely stepped into the Zephyr realm. This realm already had another name in the world of immortals, demigod, Kacha, and at this time, the back of Zhou Tong's body suddenly split open a huge gap, as if his entire body was about to split open. And in that gap, one could faintly see the dazzling dragon scales. Every single scale was emitting a green radiance that was even more resplendent than the stars. Along with a clear dragon roar, a green dragon's shadow soared into the sky from that huge gap. Following the green dragon's shadow, Lan Nuo looked at the sky, only to see a dragon calmly floating in the sky. The green scales on its body flickered. The dragon's body was powerful, just like the Great Wall of Steel. Ediosaurus head, Ediosaurus tail, Ediosaurus front claws, Ediosaurus scales. No, even his hind claws have advanced a step. Lan Nuo's heart was moved. Her eyes exposed a trace of astonishment. Originally, it was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex with 3 fingers pointing forward and 1 finger pointing backward. Now, it had completely transformed into a dragon's claw with 5 fingers. Chapter 765. An azure dragon was floating in midair. Although it still had the body of a Tyrannosaurus, the dragon scales on its body were like jade. Compared to the sinister scales from before, it looked even more beautiful now. As it stretched its body, the jade-like dragon scales reflected the starlight in the sky and blossomed with a brilliant divine glow. Although its hind legs had also evolved and its claws had already transformed into dragon claws, in terms of running, it was still inferior to the Tyrannosaurus legs from before. But after being able to fly, the true advantage of the dragons will be displayed incisively and vividly. Zhou Tong leaped into the air and stood in midair. His eyes blossomed with a brilliant divine glow as he looked disdainfully in all directions. This was the Zephyr realm. The Zephyr realm was also known as the demigod realm. This was a huge dividing line. This was the realm that laid the most solid foundation for one to enter the immortal realm in the future. The Dragon King is indeed special. Won't he be sealed and suppressed on this island? Lan Nu also looked at Zhou Tong, who was in midair. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. And at this time, Zhou Tong, who was floating in midair, also had a strange feeling in his heart. His body slightly trembled, and the green divine radiance rose sharply. The dome of heaven seemed to be split open by this divine radiance. The dragon's great divine ability had advanced once again. From the previous sweeping stage, it had advanced once again. It already possessed the power to kill. This feeling, Zhou Tong waved his dragon claw, and a brilliant divine radiance slashed a huge rock. Clang! A sound similar to the sound of a sword resounded. This huge rock was immediately split open. Moreover, the opening was as smooth as a mirror. It was almost able to reflect the nearby mountains and rivers. However, Zhou Tong could clearly see that this huge rock was not split open. Instead, a part of it was destroyed by Zhou Tong's divine ability. That was why it was in such a state. If the two halves of the huge rock were to be put back together, it would definitely not be able to be put back together perfectly. That was because a part of it was destroyed. So that's the case. This is the killing stage of the dragon's great divine ability. A trace of understanding flashed through Zhou Tong's heart. The dragon's great divine ability: imprison everything, sweep everything, annihilate everything. These three stages were a gradual progression. In the confinement stage, it was very simple to control. For example, if one was strong enough, one could break free from the ropes. At the sweeping stage, the divine light could solidify into a solid state. It could turn into a saber, a sword, or a staff into a hammer. It could display the power of weapons like saber, sword, staff, and hammer. If the divine light in the sweeping phase was like a solid sword, then the divine light in the annihilation phase was like a laser beam that would destroy anything it touched. The great abilities of dragons are simply endless. Right now, I can only annihilate rocks. If I continue to cultivate, I'll be able to annihilate half-ancestors, Zhu Shun, and even Stone Man King. After briefly comprehending the abilities after advancing to the Zephyr realm, Zhou Tong immediately looked at the spot where he had been cultivating. There was a cyan dragon skin there. It was the old skin that he had shed after advancing this time. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and spat out a cyan flame, which fell on the old skin. Immediately, the old skin was refined into a cyan armor by Zhou Tong. After that, Zhou Tong's body shook, and the cyan light around his body rose sharply. However, his body shrunk within the cyan light, and finally turned into the appearance of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Clang! The cyan armor shone with dazzling light, and burst out with vibrating sounds like metal colliding. One after another, the cyan armor burst out with dazzling divine light. Accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, the armor covered Zhou Tong's body piece by piece. After the light dissipated, Zhou Tong also descended from the sky and stood in front of Lan Nu. Congratulations, you have finally transformed. Lan Nu smiled faintly and sized up Zhou Tong from head to toe. His cyan hair was flickering with specks of radiance. When his hair fluttered in the wind, it was as if a cyan wave was flowing. His pair of eyes were deep and profound, and he looked very valiant. Especially his cyan hair, there was a pair of jade horns flickering with cyan light. It was sparkling and translucent. Although he was still very young and immature, when he walked, he already possessed the majesty of a dragon. That's right, I have finally transformed. Zhou Tong also revealed a smile on his face. After transforming, even if he left the Dragon Island and walked on the continent of immortals, not many people would dare to have any ideas about him. Especially when he covered the pair of dragon horns on his head, no one would be able to recognize him as the Dragon King. I'm afraid you will become the ruler of the Dragon Island now. Lan Nua sighed a little. She herself was suppressed. If they were to fight on the Dragon Island, she really wouldn't be able to defeat this azure dragon. What's the use of respect? In any case, I will be leaving this place very soon. Zhou Tong shook his head. Thank you for protecting me during the breakthrough this time. However, I still need to sort out the harvest from the breakthrough this time. Please go ahead. Lan Nua nodded her head slightly. Zhou Tong immediately sat down cross-legged and quietly sorted out his harvest from the breakthrough this time. Firstly, the evolution of the dragon's divine ability. Secondly, he awakened a few dragon's combat skills and some special training methods from his bloodline. For example, the body tempering, refining methods, and so on that were unique to dragons. Thirdly, he awakened some innate divine ability unique to the tyrannical dragon bloodline of the dragons. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's greatest divine ability was the control of wind and thunder. What Zhou Tong had awakened now was also something related to wind and thunder, a divine ability spell. These are the improvements in the bloodline. Next should be my deep sea divine ability. Zhou Tong looked at his deep sea again. Under the sea, there was a constant circulation of ocean currents. However, it was obvious that this sea was much deeper, and even the circulation of the ocean currents was much more complicated. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the area of the sea had expanded a little. The deep sea divine ability has also improved. Finally, the dragon armor on my body. Zhou Tong then turned his attention to his armor. The armor was crafted using the dragon skin he shed himself. It was considered a rare piece of armor for a demigod at the airborne realm. However, Zhou Tong did not seriously refine it, so there were many flaws in his eyes. I suspect that the transformation in the future will continue to shed skin. Well, in the future, I will refine all the shed skin into this armor. When the time comes, I may get an armor similar to the shrouding heaven world's divine emperor armor. Zhou Tong thought for a moment, and immediately used the dragon's refining method and began to refine this armor. Clang! A trembling sound came from the dragon armor, and a brilliant blue light shrouded Zhou Tong's body like a blue moon. The armor on the surface of his body began to vibrate, and there were traces of runes gradually imprinted on it. In the beginning, there was still a brilliant divine light on the dragon armor, but with Zhou Tong's refinement, all the brilliant divine light was restrained, and it looked simple and natural. In the end, gradually, this dragon armor appeared with traces of mysterious Taoist rhymes. Chapter 766. Zhou Tong was still training quietly as before. Lan Nua's divine guidance, as well as the heavenly monolith mysterious technique, gave him a lot of different perspectives. Comprehending these martial arts would be very beneficial for him to understand the dragon's martial arts a step further. On the other side, as the days passed by, the young dragon kings on the Dragon Island also came into being one after another. Everyone was looking forward to subduing the young dragon kings. However, every dragon king was no small matter. Almost every time they subdued a dragon king, they would have to pay a price of more than 10 lives. Time passed by little. Just at this time, roar! Suddenly, a world-shaking dragon roar transmitted from the distant seaside. After this roar, it was closely followed by a series of dragon roars. The continuous dragon roars reverberated in the sky above the entire Dragon Island like the divine thunder from the ninth heaven. The oppressive dragon roar reverberated in this boundless land and sea. This is... The instant she heard this sound, Lan Nua suddenly stood up, her eyes exposed a trace of shock. Summoning the ship of Ediosaurus. They already gathered 9 dragon kings a long time ago. They are summoning the ship of Ediosaurus. At this time, Zhou Tong also looked towards the direction where the sound came from. His voice carried a trace of anger. But how could this be? Lan Nua clearly guessed something. It seems like I have implicated you. Zhou Tong sighed softly. He already guessed the reason. It was because the older generation of the Dragon Island was unwilling to let him go to the mainland. They hoped that Zhou Tong would be trapped on the Dragon Island forever. He was already far ahead in the evolution of the Eddosaurus, so much so that he even got rid of a Dragon King of the same level. This kind of talent, this kind of advantage, those Dragon Kings they subdued didn't possess it at all. If they let Zhou Tong follow them back to the Immortals' mainland, then the result was very obvious. Their Dragon Kings were no match for him. This was equivalent to them coming to the Dragon Island in vain. The real Eddosaurus needed to fight among the Dragon Kings unceasingly. However, if they were to take away all the Dragon Kings on the island, leaving only Zhou Tong, the Dragon King on the Dragon Island, then the result would be very obvious. He did not have any Dragon Kings as his opponents. Even if he had an innate advantage, even if he was a peerless genius among dragons, there was no possibility for him to improve. Roar! At this moment, another series of dragon roars rang out. A vast and ancient aura seemed to permeate the world. At the same time, a mysterious power was transmitting a special message into the distance. Roar! The Dragon King's roar was unceasing. The entire Dragon Island seemed to be shaken by the dragon's roar. It was lightly trembling. This was the Dragon King's call. The dragon's roar carried the Dragon King's will, and it spread far and wide. Lan Nuo shook his head and said, "I don't blame you. However, the dragon's roars are endless right now. The summoning shouldn't have been successful yet. If we rush over now, we might still have a chance." "All right, I will bring you over." Zhou Tong slightly nodded his head. He grabbed Lan Nuo's hand and directly soared into the sky. Although Lan Nuo's power was above Zhou Tong, she was sealed. She was unable to display her power at all. That's why she needed Zhou Tong to bring her along as he flew. In order to guard against Zhou Tong, that group of people deliberately chose the beach furthest away from Zhou Tong to summon the Eddosaurus. With such a far distance, if Zhou Tong wanted to reach there as soon as possible, he would definitely have to pass by the Divine Monument at the center of the Dragon Island. They had calculated everything. The Divine Monument was suppressing the Dragon Island. The closer they got to that place, the more terrifying the seal would be. So much so that when they got close to the Divine Monument, something unexpected might happen. For safety's sake, they would definitely have to take a detour. Roar! However, just when Zhou Tong brought Lan Nuo to the sky above the ocean of bones at the center of the Dragon Island, a clear and majestic dragon roar suddenly transmitted over. This roar was like the majestic voice from the ancient times. It made people's soul tremble. And at this time, the Dragon King on the Dragon Island also stopped roaring. Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo, who were in the sky, saw it very clearly. A huge dragon boat, emitting rainbow-colored radiance, appeared on the golden ocean surface out of thin air. It was riding the wind and breaking the waves. It was as if it really came from the ancient times. This ship's outer appearance was similar to the Eddosaurus. It cut across the Taboo Ocean. The rainbow-colored radiance illuminated the entire Taboo Ocean. The entire ocean surface was trembling because of its appearance. However, the divine ship was sailing steadily. It didn't sway in the slightest. And when this ship reached the shore, a dazzling rainbow appeared on the distant beach. One figure after another quickly boarded the Eddosaurus ship along the rainbow bridge. When Zhou Tong brought Lan Nuo to the beach, the rainbow-colored bridge that was connected to the shore had already been retracted. The Eddosaurus ship also carried everyone away from the Dragon Island. "We are one step too late," Zhou Tong said softly. "These people are really good at calculating the timing." However, Xiao Chun seems to have been schemed against as well. He is also not on the ship. Lan Nuo, who was standing beside Zhou Tong, slightly nodded her head. It was hard to tell if she was depressed or disappointed. The Eddosaurus ship is not the only way to leave, but this enmity must be avenged. Zhou Tong's pair of eyes were suffused with green radiance. He looked at those people on the Eddosaurus ship. He was observing the expression of those people. He wanted to figure out who was the one who schemed against him. When he leaves in the future, he will definitely get his revenge. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the idea of those three old men. Looking at their attire and their relationship with the surrounding people, there is an 80% chance that they are the people of the Undying Sect. It seems like it was also these few old men who schemed against Shao Chun in the original work. Zhou Tong swept his gaze across those people's faces one by one. Very quickly, he roughly determined a few people. At the same time, on the Edisaurus ship, a few white-haired old men looked at Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo, who were on the beach. They felt lucky in their heart. This Azure Dragon King is too out of the ordinary. There's a great possibility that he is the young Edisaurus this time. Unfortunately, he was born too early and evolved too quickly. Before we even had the time to make a move, he had already grown to the extent that we could not control him. A white-haired old man transmitted his voice to his companion beside him. He secretly felt pity in his heart. That's right, he has the king-level bloodline of dragons, the Dragon King of the tyrannical dragon lineage. Furthermore, he is the first Dragon King to be born on this island. Furthermore, he is the Dragon King that killed a Dragon King before. Furthermore, he actually reached the demigod realm in such a short period of time. This kind of dragon far surpasses the 9-headed dragon king on our ship. Another old man also sighed and said, "However, being too outstanding is also your biggest problem. You must know that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. A pile of rocks from the shore will be swept away by the current. A person who is superior to others will be judged by others. If you were a little stupid, why would we need to use this kind of method?" Another old man had a complacent expression on his face. "There is no other way. You can only be trapped here for the rest of your life." That's right, a Dragon King trapped on the Dragon Island is nothing to worry about. Next, we only need to return to the sect and properly nurture our Dragon King. In the future, he will be able to suppress the other Dragon Kings and become an Edisaurus. Chapter 767. Ta, ta, ta. Just at this time, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Shao Chun walked out from the shrubbery, not far away, with a face filled with anger. He looked at the Edisaurus with an unsightly expression. "You were also abandoned?" Zhou Tong turned his head and looked at Shao Chun. You're the Azure Dragon King?" Shao Chun was flabbergasted the moment he saw Zhou Tong. How could there be such a child on the Dragon Island? But very quickly, he saw the pair of azure dragon horns on Zhou Tong's head. He immediately understood Zhou Tong's identity. Zhou Tong nodded his head slightly and said, "It seems like you helped them everywhere, but they didn't appreciate it and abandoned you on the Dragon Island." Damn it, the older generation of practitioners had already entered the Dragon Island a long time ago. They had already subdued 3 Dragon Kings a long time ago, but they didn't make a move until now. Only until the other Dragon Kings were gathered did they suddenly jump out and directly took over in one go. Shao Chun was burning with rage in his heart. They even managed to hide it from me. They're probably afraid that you will inform us. If I follow you guys to the mainland, what's the use of the Dragon Kings that they spent so much effort to subdue? Zhou Tong had never been afraid to use the worst possible scenario to conjecture humans. Shao Chun turned silent for a moment. After thinking carefully, what Shao Chun said was indeed correct. But as far as I know, other than the Edisaurus, there should be another sovereign kingship in the vicinity. Zhou Tong said softly. "You know about the sovereign kingship?" Shao Chun was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to hear the name of the sovereign kingship again. Sovereign kingship? Lan Nuo was a little curious. Just what is the sovereign kingship? However, Zhou Tong glanced at Shao Chun and Ku, who was beside him, and thought to himself, "It seems that the demons still found Shao Chun. But that makes sense. That thing needs the sacred tree of dragons to wash away the death aura on its body and come back to life." Zhou Tong had already noticed that the sacred tree of dragons that Ku had been using as a hat had disappeared. It must have been taken away by someone. Sure enough, Shao Chun quickly told Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo about the devil. "Brother Azure Dragon, do you know how to summon the sovereign kingship?" Shao Chun looked at Zhou Tong with a trace of hope. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "I only know how to summon the Edisaurus, but if I want to summon the Edisaurus alone, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I reach the immortal realm." "Shao Chun, bring us to meet the devil you spoke of," Lan Nuo said. Shao Chun nodded his head then brought the few of them to the devil's location. In the boundless snowy mountain, an aura pervaded the air. Ku panted with rage and directly moved a door in the snowy mountain. Whoosh! Immediately the chilly wind roared. A burst of netherworld fog rushed out from behind the door. It was especially frightening in this ice-cold, snowy mountain. After the netherworld fog dispersed, a figure with a pale complexion walked out from within. His gaze first swept past Zhou Tong and Lan Nua. He was greatly shaken. Especially when he looked at Zhou Tong, his gaze carried dense fear. The Dragon King's blood was his nemesis. He could withstand the blood of those young Dragon Kings. But when facing Zhou Tong, this Dragon King who had already transformed, it was not enough. I didn't expect the Dragon Island to actually have this kind of Dragon King. This Dragon King was beyond his imagination. If this Azure Dragon were to snatch away the Dragon's sacred tree, he really wouldn't be able to withstand it. But very quickly he restrained the worry in his heart. He looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "I heard the roar of the Dragon King. Why didn't you guys leave? We missed the divine ship. We wanted to ask you about the Sovereign King's ship." Xiao Chun said straightforwardly, "So that's the case." The devil relaxed a little. Since they had a request, then they definitely wouldn't make a move. Soon after, the devil explained to Xiao Chun about the Sovereign King's ship. The so-called Sovereign King was a half-martial ancestor expert who cultivated the evolution of corpses and bones. The Sovereign King's ship was a ship refined from the Sovereign King's corpse. There was a trace of the Sovereign King's remnant soul on the ship. That's why the Yin aura was extremely heavy. With the strength of Xiao Chun and the rest, they were unable to withstand the Yin aura attack from the Sovereign King's ship. However, when the devil was explaining the Sovereign King's ship to Xiao Chun and the rest, Zhou Tong was secretly studying this devil. Born from death? That's not right. He left behind a remnant soul. It can't be considered as a resurrection. It can only be considered as a kind of resurrection. After Zhou Tong saw through the essence of the devil, he lost interest in him. This devil said that he was born from death, but in fact, he was similar to Shrouding Heaven World's primal chaos body Wang Bo. His body died, and then another body was created. This so-called resurrection, Zhou Tong was already able to understand it. It was not a big deal. If it was a true death, then the soul would be scattered. If it could resurrect a person whose soul was scattered, then that would be truly heaven-defying, just like those talisman papers left behind by Heaven Emperor Huang. Zhou Tong subconsciously thought of the things left behind by Heaven Emperor Huang. Although he had never seen it before, just based on what he knew, he was able to conclude that those things were heaven-defying. Actually, as one's cultivation progressed, one's view of life and death was already different from mortals. To mortals, no heartbeat, no breathing, and the body turned cold. That was death. But to cultivators, after cultivating to a certain level, if the body died, they could completely change to another body. And after cultivating to a higher level, as long as there was a trace of soul remaining, then it was not considered death. As for a higher level, perhaps it could reach the level where there was still one person in the world who remembered him, then he would not die. Cultivation was actually a process of constantly increasing the difficulty of death. The higher the cultivation, the harsher the conditions of death. You need an item of extreme Yin to resist the Yin Qi on the Sovereign Kingship. The devil said at this time, the Yin Qi on the Sovereign Kingship should be something similar to the Death Qi. Lan Nua suddenly said at this time, if you really can't find an item of extreme Yin, I will help you resist the Yin Qi. Lan Nua, you want to borrow the Death Qi and Yin Qi on the Sovereign Kingship to help you cross the Nirvana realm and smoothly cultivate to the immortal realm? Isn't this a bit too dangerous? Zhou Tong instantly figured out Lan Nua's idea. Lan Nua nodded slightly and said, no matter, during this period of time on the Dragon Island, I have already accumulated enough comprehension. Especially after being sealed by the Dragon Island, I was even on the verge of death. With the comprehension of death this time, I will definitely be able to cross the Nirvana realm with the help of the Death Qi on the Sovereign Kingship. It's still not safe, because we don't know how strong the Death Qi on the Sovereign Kingship is, Let's find that item of extreme een first. At least we have two backup plans. It will be a lot easier when the time comes. Zhou Tong finally looked at Xiao Chun. There was indeed an item of extreme een on this island. That was Swairinchi's burial cloth. However, Zhou Tong also didn't know where this thing was. He still had to rely on Xiao Chun to get it. This thing was related to Swairinchi. Maybe it was a small part of the arrangement of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chapter 768. The demon needed the power of the sacred tree of dragons to purify the Yin Qi and Death Qi all over their body. This process would take at least a few months, at most half a year. And during this period of time, Zhou Tong and the rest were also training in silence. However, this time, he didn't dare to let Xiao Chun handle this matter with ease. The place where he was training in seclusion was not far from the place where the demon used the sacred tree of dragons to purify their body. When the demon came out of seclusion, he would be the first to know. And just 7 days later, Xiao Chun suddenly brought along a small dragon with a body that was completely black. Its body was somewhat similar to a tiger or a leopard. Furthermore, he was holding a piece of reddish-black cloth in his hand. This piece of cloth didn't have any special characteristics. It felt like a piece of cloth that had experienced countless years. But the moment they saw this piece of cloth, Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo were startled. This piece of cloth indeed contained the aura of the sacred blood. It was supreme. Roar! When Zhou Tong was sizing up this piece of cloth that was dyed reddish-black by the blood, that small dragon that was brought back by Xiao Chun suddenly opened its mouth and let out a roar at Zhou Tong. 10x. Xiao Chun was startled. He looked at that small dragon very worriedly. A special dragon king. The aura of Edisaurus is somewhat insufficient. Only now did Zhou Tong shift his attention to this small dragon. This small dragon was different from the other dragons. Its head was the head of an Edisaurus, but it didn't have any horns. It was just like a small dragon king that was born with a deficiency. Aura of Edisaurus is insufficient? What do you mean? Xiao Chun looked at Zhou Tong with a little astonishment. He had already seen this small dragon many times during this period of time, but it was always beaten up by the other dragon kings every time. But even Xiao Chun had no choice but to admit, although this small dragon was very weak, it was extremely arrogant. It was not inferior to the other dragon kings in the slightest. Literally, there might have been an accident when it was born, so it was congenitally deficient, Zhou Tong said faintly. Zhou Tong secretly guessed that this little dragon might have been born deficient because of the Edisaurus. If not for this, why would the Edisaurus treat this little dragon differently? The Edisaurus didn't even know how long it had been on the Dragon Island. During this period of time, it had seen countless little dragons being born. Why did it only have a deep impression of 10x? Just because of his stubborn personality? Perhaps it was because the Edisaurus had done something during the 7 days of the birth of the ghost town. Therefore, this little dragon was affected when it was born, and it was congenitally deficient. Edisaurus cared so much about it because it lacked something. If you want to make up for the innate deficiency, you must get enough of the Edisaurus essence. The easiest way is to get rid of a dragon king. Zhou Tong immediately added. After saying that, Zhou Tong looked at 10x. He directly opened his right palm in front of the tough little dragon. The brilliant green radiance directly restrained the tough little dragon as he said, "However, if you set your target on me and unleashed your killing intent at me, then you are gravely mistaken. Your innate strength is too far away from mine. Wait until you have completed the Edisaurus essence. Then you will have the qualifications to stand in front of me." While speaking, Zhou Tong waved his hand casually. The green radiance imprisoned the little dragon directly, smashed it to the snowy ground at the side. Roar! 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 The little dragon crawled out from the snowy ground and roared at Zhou Tong with a furious expression. However, it didn't continue to release its killing intent. It was very clear that it already knew that it had no chance of winning against Zhou Tong. It was only roaring, as if it was trying to express something. Xiao Chun and the others couldn't understand, but Zhou Tong could. He chuckled and said, "You said that innate strength is nothing. You can also become an Edisaurus with hard work." "That's right, you are right. But the Dragon King of this generation, no dragon is my opponent. Whether it is the innate Dragon King or the acquired Dragon King, it is still the same. Even if there is a Dragon King who became an Edisaurus before me, it is still the same. The strong one is not the tyrannical dragons that I belong to. The strong one is also not my innate physique. It is me." Boom! Zhou Tong's words had a huge impact on Xiao Chun, who was not far away. What kind of confidence, what kind of mentality did he have to be able to say such words? Lan Nuo at the side was also a little absent-minded. She thought, "That's right, the innate advantage of dragons is just icing on the cake. Even if he is not a dragon, but a human, he can still reach an unimaginable realm in a very short period of time." During the time she was together with Zhou Tong, Lan Nuo had already been shocked by Zhou Tong more than once. For anything, as long as she explained it once, he would be able to comprehend it to an unattainable realm in an instant. So much so that he would be able to come up with something new and to do something that was beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. This was not some innate talent, but rather the strength of this dragon itself. The innate divine abilities and battle skills of the dragons were only a contrast to his own strength. They were only the green leaves that served as a foil for him. Even the always arrogant Tenex seemed to have been subdued by Zhou Tong's unrivaled confidence. It subconsciously took a few steps back. But very soon, it became angry and continued to roar. However, when its roaring appearance fell into the eyes of Xiao Chun and the others, it was no longer that unwilling to fall behind and fearless attitude. Instead, it appeared to be fierce in appearance, but weak in heart. "It's still not enough. I never thought this kind of 10x would also act like this in front of the Azure Dragon." Xiao Chun could faintly see the boldness of a real Edisaurus from Zhou Tong. So much so that he didn't even need to make a move. Just by relying on his words, his conviction, and his imposing manner, it was enough to make a large number of practitioners retreat. "Xiao Chun, what you need to do first is to refine this burial cloth. Otherwise, when you board the Sovereign King's ship, you might encounter a big problem." Zhou Tong saw the situation was a little stiff, so he immediately added a sentence. "Us? You don't need to refine it?" Xiao Chun looked at Zhou Tong with a little astonishment. Lan Nuo didn't need to refine it because Lan Nuo's cultivation was high enough. She also needed to make use of the deathly aura on the Sovereign King's ship to refine her body. "But what makes you think you can do that? Do you think the armor on my body is just for looks?" Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun. The armor on his body was refined from his own dragon skin. Furthermore, ever since it was refined, Zhou Tong had been refining all along. During the refining process, not only did he use the secret technique of the dragons from the entire world of immortals, he even mixed in some of the chaotic era's refining techniques occasionally. Combining two worlds, two kinds of training systems. The might of this armor far surpassed Xiao Chen's understanding. Lan Nuo's pair of eyes also looked at Zhou Tong's armor with a trace of curiosity. But very soon, she confirmed that this armor actually contained some kind of special profoundness. But is this the refining method of the dragons? Or did he comprehend it himself? Lan Nuo was also a little curious. "Enough, Xiao Chun, you better train step by step honestly. I also need to train." Zhou Tong shook his head in the end and returned to his place of training. He continued to absorb the spiritual energy and continue to train. Chapter 769. Time flashed by. 2 months passed by very quickly. Zhou Tong absorbed the worldly essence without any distractions every day. He concentrated on cultivating the various battle skills of the dragons. Furthermore, he compared them with some of the shrouding the heavens worlds Tao and magic. And on the other side, Lan Nuo was also meditating during this period of time. She was preparing for the Sovereign King's ship. At the same time, Xiao Chun concentrated on refining Swirenshi's burial cloth. He even forced Ku and those 3 skeletons to refine it together. And at this time, that demon finally came out of seclusion. The gloomy aura from before could no longer be seen on his body. It was as if he had really turned into a normal human. Of course, the happiest one was none other than Ku. Its little sacred tree had returned once again. It was so excited that it hugged the sapling and rolled around in the snow. You finally came out of seclusion. It seems like the aura of death on your body has been completely refined. Jotong also came out of seclusion. He carefully sized up this demon. Previously, when he looked at him, he still had the feeling of a zombie. But now, this demon's corporeal body could be considered as a real resurrection. There was no longer any aura of death in his body. The demon nodded his head and said, "All right, I know you guys are in a hurry to leave. Let's go to the beach together." While speaking, the group directly arrived at the beach as fast as lightning. The process of summoning the Sovereign King's ship is rather troublesome. It will take about 7 days. You guys wait patiently. While speaking, the demon began to carve one mysterious pattern after another on the sand on the beach. At the same time, he also took out a few dozen broken formation flags and inserted them at the key position of these patterns. Whoosh! The instant this formation took shape, a chilly wind blew in between heaven and earth. Soon after, a thunderous roar sounded. A layer of reddish-black clouds surged in the sky. It was as if there was a sea of blood within the clouds. There was an indescribable evil and strange feeling. However, this was only the beginning. In a trance, everyone felt as if they had returned to the scene when the ghost town appeared. The Yin aura filled the air between heaven and earth. The baleful aura was rolling like a black cloud. The bloody radiance flickered. It was as if a sea of blood was about to drown the heaven and earth. This kind of feeling was simply like the end of the world. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chun was incomparably shocked. This demon's strength was definitely not just that of a demigod. Even the Azure Dragon, who was also a demigod, did not seem to have reached this level. Even if the Dragon Island is sealed, the demon definitely has a way to increase his strength. Once he leaves, I'm afraid the situation will be completely different. Xiao Chun had a feeling in his heart. Once this demon leaves, the entire continent will be turned upside down. The three skeletons looked very calm, but the soul light that occasionally appeared in their skulls showed that they were carefully investigating something. Ku, on the other hand, was looking at the demon curiously. She blinked her big eyes that were full of spiritual energy, looking very puzzled. However, it wasn't afraid of anything. It ran straight to the demon's side and asked with squeaking, "It's very simple. You'll understand it when you grow up." The demon was very afraid of Ku's background and bloodline, so he answered politely, "This magic array is quite interesting." Jotong did not care about anything else. Instead, he began studying the magic arrays carved by the demons. He himself was proficient in magic arrays, but what he used before was actually the magic arrays of the shrouding the heavens world, such as some Genesis techniques and the like. But now that he saw the magic arrays of the world of immortal for the first time, he suddenly had a different feeling. However, this kind of magic array is useless. It should be a magic array that gathers the evil spirits between heaven and earth. Zhou Tong studied it a little, and then shook his head because this kind of magic array was really not a normal magic array. It should be a magic array that communicates with something. The demon continued to arrange the magic array. He took out some strange things from his storage space one after another. Suddenly, the yin qi between heaven and earth became even more terrifying, almost turning from gas to liquid. The tragic aura made Xiao Chun feel that it was difficult to stand still. He felt that if this continues, he may be killed by this fog. Xiao Chun hurriedly wrapped Surenshur's shroud around his body and immediately isolated the yin qi from outside. Seeing that Xiao Chun had to rely on Surenshur's shroud to persist, Zhou Tong immediately said, "Xiao Chun, you should go find some food nearby first. Don't know how long you have to stay on the ship. If there is nothing to eat, you will be miserable." Yes, 9 secret heaven passage magic array needs 7 days to communicate with the evil spirits. After that, it can summon the Sovereign King's ship. You should go and find some food first. The demon also said, "Okay." Xiao Chun nodded, then left and began to collect food on the Dragon Island. With the passage of time, 7 days gradually passed. The Inchi here had completely turned into liquid. For a time, demonic clouds billowed around the magic array. Baleful aura soared to the heavens. Countless evil spirits were roaring and hissing. The Inchi violently surged. Currently, only Zhou Tong, the demon, and Lan Nual were able to withstand the situation here. Even though Xiao Qian was holding Surenchu's shroud, he still felt ice cold from head to toe. We're going to summon the Sovereign King's ship now. We need human blood as the catalyst. The demon continued. Let me do it. Xiao Qian knew he had to do it himself. He bit his finger and let the blood flow down along his finger. The blood dripped onto the diagram that the demon had already carved. Immediately, his blood burst out with dazzling red radiance. Soon after, this blood slithered around the diagram like a long snake. In the end, the entire diagram was actually dyed with faint blood radiance. At the same time, the black fog in the sky became even denser. The deafening sound of the ghost howling was heard. A few huge, evil spirits were roaring towards the sky within a magic array. The sound shook the heaven and earth. The ghost howling was accompanied by the majestic, chilly wind that engulfed the second area of the ocean. A grand and terrifying aura seemed to have passed through time and space and transmitted some kind of message. Whoa! Immediately, the ghostly wailing and wolf-howling sound transmitted from the depths of the golden taboo ocean as a response. At the same time, a black ship the size of a small hill sailed over from the surface of the ocean like a specter. It emitted an overflowing, baleful aura, which caused the entire taboo ocean to become turbulent. This was the Sovereign King's ship. The pitch-black hull appeared so eerie and strange. It was as if the hull was carrying a piece of hell and was connected to the gates of hell. This ship was as different as heaven and earth compared to the Edisaurus ship that was emitting rainbow-colored radiance from before. When the Sovereign King's ship reached the shore, its shape was immediately revealed in front of everyone. The Sovereign King's ship looked just like a skull that was facing the sky. The pitch-black hull was filled with all kinds of demonic designs. There was also a pitch-black fog in the surroundings of the ship, just like the ghost fog. There was also a lamp emitting a deathly white radiance on the ship. It looked just like a ghost ship that was extradited from the Yellow Spring River. It was brimming with a terrifying aura. At the same time, a bitter black light was shot from the Sovereign King's ship towards the shore. It formed a bridge of death, allowing the people on the shore to walk along it and board the Sovereign King's ship. What a terrifying Sovereign King's ship. Don't tell me it was really refined from the skull of a Sovereign King. Looking at the shape of this ship, Xiao Qian felt a kind of eerie aura. This kind of ship, walking into it was just like walking into the mouth of a ghost. Don't hesitate anymore. Let's go. Zhou Tong didn't have the slightest trace of fear or hesitation. He directly walked along the bridge of death and boarded the Sovereign King's ship. After a little bit of hesitation, Xiao Qian followed closely behind Zhou Tong and boarded the ship together. After that, it was the demon, Lan Nual, Kiki, and the 3 skeletons at the end. After Zhou Tong's group boarded the ship, the Sovereign King's ship quickly headed towards the Immortals' mainland. Chapter 770. Roar! Just after Zhou Tong and the others boarded the Sovereign King's ship, the dragon roar on the Dragon Island suddenly shook the heavens. It actually suppressed the ghost roar on the Sovereign King's ship. Everyone turned their head around to look. They only saw 10 extremely huge dragon silhouettes appearing on the seaside and roaring towards them. These dragon silhouettes were the 10 royal dragons. For example, the tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, 8-clawed tyrant dragon, stegosaurus, and so on. There were exactly 10 of them. They were the true 10 royal branches. That tyrannical dragon. Zhou Tong's gaze immediately looked at the tyrannical dragon among the group of dragons. The moment he saw the other party, Zhou Tong understood that tyrannical dragon was the father of his current body. When he was born before, he only saw the mother of his current body from afar. But now he finally saw the father of his current body. The tyrannical dragons on the island are also a race. If my guess is correct, he should be the king of the tyrannical dragon bloodline. Zhou Tong looked at the tyrannical dragon. Then his gaze swept past the other few dragons. The other monarch lion dragons, 8-clawed tyrant dragon, should also be the kings of their respective races. But very soon, Zhou Tong looked at the group of the 10 dragons. There was a small pitch-black dragon among them. It was precisely the tough little dragon he saw before. At this moment, the 10 dragons were all licking the little dragon's body. One after another, an undetectable multicolored radiance merged with the little dragon's body. Draconic aura, Zhou Tong muttered in his heart. These 10 royal clans all gave a strand of draconic aura to the tough little dragon. Although it was not the most essential Edisaurus aura, it could still make up for the lack of Edisaurus aura to the tough little dragon. Brother Azure Dragon, have you ever thought about why you tyrannical dragons are sending off that little dragon, but not you? Seeing until here, Xiao Chun looked at Zhou Tong at the side with a little curiosity. What's the difference between sending them off or not? Zhou Tong was emotionless. Even if you give all the treasures, techniques, and battle skills in the world to this little dragon, so what? Even if a real Edisaurus were to appear here and give all of its Edisaurus essence to this little dragon, so what? My heart is invincible. In the future, it will not be my opponent. Zhou Tong's voice was still full of confidence. Swoosh! However, just as Zhou Tong's voice fell, a brilliant green light suddenly appeared on the body of the T-Rex, one of the 10 dragons. The light streaked across the sky and instantly landed on Zhou Tong's body. Ugh! Almost immediately, Zhou Tong felt as if some kind of shackle within his body had been broken. His cultivation, which was originally at the first level of the airborne realm, quietly broke through at that moment, directly advancing to the second level. Not only that, but there was also a huge amount of information surging into his mind. It was all the inheritance information of the tyrannical dragon bloodline. Zhou Tong could feel that there were still a lot of battle skills that were not passed down in the bloodline of his current body. The 10 royal dragons, each clan had their own inherited secret technique. For example, the tyrannical dragon clan was most proficient in controlling the wind and thunder. The monarch lion dragon clan was most proficient in controlling the power of the sun, radiance, and so on. The other dragons also had their own specialties. These specialties could be passed down through the bloodline, but there were still a lot of things that were not passed down through the bloodline. For example, the things that the ancestors learned on their own. Even if your heart is invincible, the seniors of your clan still hope that you can have more capital. The demon at the side also sighed in admiration. With more capital, your advantage will be even greater. But this little dragon, the demon said, his gaze when looking at 10X also carried a trace of bewilderment. He had already stayed on the Dragon Island for many years. He once saw on a broken monolith on the Dragon Island that there was a dragon that would not leave the Dragon Island at the same time as the Dragon Kings. It would travel alone. However, after reading until here, the demon looked at Zhou Tong at the side and thought, is there a mistake in the monolith's description? There's clearly another Dragon King on this ship. Furthermore, it is the most powerful Azure Dragon King. Zhou Tong also sensed the demon's gaze. He turned his head slightly and looked at the demon's eyes. Very soon, he noticed the astonishment in the demon's eyes. He should have seen the monolith on the Dragon Island. There's a little dragon that will not leave together with the other Dragon Kings. Zhou Tong was also secretly calculating in his heart. Obviously, that thing can only be regarded as a prophecy. Moreover, it is most likely related to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and Swirenshi. Not leaving together with the other dragons and leaving the Dragon Island alone. But how is this possible? If there was no demon, if there was no Xiao Chun, how could this dragon leave the Dragon Island? Could it be that the remaining Edisaurus would summon the Edisaurus ship again and send it out of the Dragon Island? But did that Edisaurus really have the strength to summon the Edisaurus ship? That dragon in the original work was already very tired to even talk. If it was not because he received the essence of the Edisaurus from the Yellow River brought by Shao Chun, he might have already died. And if he didn't leave the Dragon Island, then there was obviously a problem with that prophecy, because there were still other Dragon Kings that didn't leave the Dragon Island. This obviously did not conform to the alone on the monolith. I seriously suspect the thing recorded on this monolith might be a coordinate set by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The coordinate on the timeline. Zhou Tong was a little bewildered. If there was no Shao Chun, this little dragon might not be able to leave the Dragon Island so easily. At the very least, the dragons would have to pay a considerable price. Just think about it. If there was no Shao Chun, would the dragons be at ease to send a dragon onto the Sovereign King's ship? Especially when there was a demon on the ship that was hard to distinguish between good and evil. One must know that this demon might be afraid of the dragons on the Dragon Island, but once he left the Dragon Island, he might not necessarily be afraid of the dragons. And the confirmation of the content on this monolith might be the time determined by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They might have finally finished their scheme. If this is really the scheme of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then it is understandable. Other than the sovereigns, only someone like me who came from another world would have the capital to escape their scheme. No matter how strong the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were, they wouldn't be able to calculate a visitor from another world like him. Forget it. The scheme of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors has nothing to do with me. I only came to this world to experience the way and magic of this world, as well as the unique training system of this world. Zhou Tong gave up on thinking about the scheme of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors very quickly. He gradually shifted his attention to the inheritance given by the Tyrannosaurus King. The Tyrannosaurus King's inheritance was very profound and profound. Not only did it contain the power of the Tyrannosaurus King, it also contained some power that belonged to other dragons. For example, the water element that the 8-clawed Tyrannosaurus was proficient in, the metal element that the Stegosaurus was proficient in, although it couldn't be considered as the essence of the other dragons. It was all-encompassing. It greatly broadened Zhou Tong's horizon. And on the other side, after the dragons conversed with Kiki for a while, the Sovereign King's ship also set off. Those dragons on the beach of the Dragon Island also faced the sky and let out a long roar. They watched as Zhou Tong and the rest boarded the Edisaurus and left the Dragon Island. Chapter 771. The Sovereign King's ship gradually left the Dragon Island. This ancient ship is very big. The cabin is filled with aura. There's also a huge netherworld lamp hanging there, emitting a deathly white radiance. It gives people a very bad feeling. If Swarinchi's burial cloth was not floating at the side, Shao Chun and the rest might not be able to withstand it. However, Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo are quietly sitting cross-legged on the ship, allowing the aura and death aura in the cabin to drift around them. They're even absorbing and refining these aura and death aura. Lan Nuo is a Nirvana realm cultivator. This realm requires one to comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. These death aura are the best assistance for Lan Nuo to break through to a higher realm, especially now that the Sovereign King's ship has already left the Dragon Island. The seal on her body is gradually unraveling. She regained her Nirvana realm strength. For a moment, colorful fog pervaded around Lan Nuo. One ripple after another spread out in the void, as if a formless river of time is revolving around her. And on the other side, Zhou Tong's refining of the aura and death aura is not as grand as Lan Nuo's. His current power is insufficient. He can only refine strands of aura and death aura. He is mainly analyzing the things cultivated in this world from these energy. Shao Chun looked at Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo with a gaze filled with envy. The demon at the side laughed and said, "Brat, don't be envious of them. No matter if it is this azure dragon or this little girl, they are exceptional prodigies rarely seen in several 10,000 years. This kind of innate talent is not something you can be envious of." While speaking, the demon looked at Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo with a somewhat grave expression. This little girl broke through to the immortal secret realm at such a young age. Her innate talent is simply unimaginable. This Azure Dragon King has even broken all the rules I know. Any combat skill can be mastered with just a hint. I even suspect that he is the reincarnation of some Zhu Shan. Is there really a reincarnation? Xiao Chun cried out in surprise. Who knows? You have to ask Zhu Shan about this kind of thing. If I remember correctly, there should still be a Zhu Shan on the continent. Shinnong should still be alive. If you have the chance to meet Shinnong, you can ask him yourself, the demon mocked. Xiao Chun was speechless. How could he possibly meet Shinnong Zhu Shan in his current state? He then turned to look at the golden ocean outside the ship. Crash! Along with the advance of the Sovereign King's ship, the golden taboo ocean was rippling with golden waves. It was incomparably brilliant. However, when Xiao Chun tried to throw a fruit into the sea, the moment the fruit left the range of the Sovereign King's ship's blacklight, it instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. Xiao Chun was horrified. This scene was too terrifying. If a human's flesh and blood fell in, there was no doubt that the result would be the same. And what made Xiao Chun feel even more uneasy was that the Sovereign King ship was getting slower and slower. It was as if it encountered a huge resistance, as if there was a bizarre power preventing the ancient ship from leaving this ocean region. This kind of speed was completely different from when the Sovereign King ship was summoned. It was as if there was a mysterious power controlling everything. It seemed to know that the ancient ship was carrying someone or something from the Dragon Island. Thus it exerted its power to obstruct the ancient ship. However, although the Sovereign King's ship's speed had slowed down, it was still moving forward slowly in the end. Its speed was almost equivalent to a jogging speed. It was still slightly faster than walking. With this kind of speed, they would still need a few days to leave this golden taboo ocean. Time passed by little. In a blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The curtain of night fell. The galaxy in the sky was dazzling. However, at this time, Ke suddenly screamed and woke everyone up. Zhou Tong also opened his eyes and looked over. They saw Ke plucking the dragon's sacred tree from her head. A kind of undetectable fluctuation appeared on the sacred tree of dragons. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were actually specks of indiscernible golden light from all directions. Those specks of light were slowly drifting over and converging towards the small sacred tree. This was the power of the golden taboo ocean. It was attracted by the sacred tree of dragons. Xiao Chun was astonished. He immediately brought the small sacred tree to the side of the ship. Immediately, the number of golden specks of light increased. They were like fireflies as they converged towards the small sacred tree. Seeing the growth of the small sacred tree, Ke blinked her big eyes and ran all over the place. She was extremely excited. And on the other side, Zhou Tong was also quietly watching everything before his eyes. Vaguely, a brand new divine ability suddenly appeared in his mind. However, Xiao Chun also couldn't keep holding onto the small sacred tree like this. He tied this tree to Swirenchi's burial cloth and let it absorb those specks of light outside the ship. Roar! And just at this time, 10x at the side suddenly cried out in surprise. Xiao Chun turned his head around and looked over. He saw Zhou Tong, who was sitting cross-legged not far away all along. There were also golden specks of light flocking towards him like fireflies. Those golden specks of light were really too many. They were so many that even the green radiance on his body was covered by the golden radiance. His entire body was dyed in a dazzling golden color. At this moment, it was as if he was cast from gold. His entire body was resplendent and blossomed with brilliant golden radiance. Xiao Chun looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Don't be so surprised. I was watching the sacred tree absorbing the power of the golden taboo ocean. I had a sudden realization and comprehended a similar divine ability. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. Two brilliant golden radiances instantly streaked across the void like two sword rays. But very soon, the golden radiance in his eyes disappeared. He regained his previous appearance. However, not only did the golden radiance on his body not disappear, it became even denser instead. The power of the golden taboo ocean was flocking towards his body unceasingly. Zhou also felt that the deep sea in his body seemed to have undergone some kind of bizarre transformation. However, he was unable to tell what it was for the time being. However, Zhou was certain that this was a good change, because this divine ability that absorbed the power of the taboo ocean was derived from the heavenly monolith's mysterious technique. Xiao Chun didn't know what to say. Watching the sacred tree absorb the golden taboo ocean was enough to create a similar divine ability? Do you need to be so monstrous? Roar! However, 10x was still unwilling to admit defeat. It roared at Zhou Tong again and again. No need to roar. Do you want to learn? I will teach you. Zhou Tong looked at 10x's appearance and also smiled. Roar! 10x shook its head repeatedly, but its eyes were still filled with enmity. You don't want to accept my favor? That's up to you. However, I can still make progress in this kind of situation, but you can't. If you don't want to learn from me, the gap between us will only get bigger and bigger. In the future, you won't even be able to see my back. Zhou Tong said with a smile. Roar! 10x's complexion changed as it roared again and again. Going back on your words, are you willing to learn from me? But if you learn from me, how can you surpass me, the founder? Zhou Tong looked at 10x with a smile. This little dragon's reaction was too interesting. 10x finally realized that Zhou Tong was playing with it at this time. Its complexion finally sunk. Aha! I won't play with you anymore. The thing is right here. If you want to learn it, then learn it yourself. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and a green light formed a row of characters in the void. What was written on the characters was precisely what he had comprehended. Xiao Qin at the side was also looking very carefully. He was also a little astonished. This method, there are some traces of the divine steel mystic technique. How long has it been since he obtained the divine steel mystic technique? He actually comprehended it to this level. Thinking until here, Xiao Qin's heart was filled with dejection. He had already practiced this method for 10 years, but it couldn't compare to this dragon's trifling 3 to 5 months of practice. The gap was too big. Chapter 772. On the Golden Taboo Ocean, a pitch-black skull slowly sailed forward. This ship had already been sailing on the surface of the sea for a few days. During this period of time, a lot of strange things had happened. They even came across the headless Buddhist monk. However, the only one who was affected from beginning to end was Xiao Qin alone. Whether it was Zhou Tong or Lan Nuo, both of them were immersed in their training. Lan Nuo was immersed in refining the aura of death and comprehending the profound of life and death. As for Zhou Tong, he was immersed in absorbing the divine power from the golden taboo ocean. He continued to consolidate his potential and move forward. Finally, after sailing for a few days, the Sovereign King's ship's speed became faster and faster. In the end, it almost turned into a black light as it moved unhindered on the taboo ocean. Everyone knew clearly that this was the sign that the Sovereign King's ship was about to leave the taboo ocean. Xiao Qun and the rest were very happy. But for Zhou Tong, it was a little regretful, because once they sailed out of the taboo ocean, he would no longer be able to absorb the golden divine power from the taboo ocean. On the other side, Ku was very excited, because before the Sovereign King's ship sailed out of the taboo ocean, her sacred tree had already grown the 4th golden leaf. And on this day, Zhou Tong finally stopped his training, because the Sovereign King's ship had already left the taboo ocean. Crash! The bluish-green waves rolled over and over on the ocean's surface. The Sovereign King's ship was moving faster and faster. After leaving the taboo ocean, its speed kept on increasing. It rushed towards the Immortals' mainland like a flickering light. In the vast ocean, there were some islands left behind by the Sovereign King's ship from time to time. This ancient ship was riding the wind and breaking the waves. It was like a sharp sword cutting through the bluish-green waves. It was emitting a very deep and low sound. In just a few days, this ship had already sailed several tens of thousands of miles away. And at this time, the Sovereign King's ship also began to decelerate gradually. At the same time, a vast and ancient aura assaulted their faces. Everyone knew they were already not far away from the Immortals' mainland. Not long later, the Sovereign King's ship began to decelerate rapidly. It seemed to be a real life form with intelligence. When it got close to the Immortals' mainland, it burst out with a black light and formed a bridge. Immediately after, Zhou Tong and the rest were thrown out of the Sovereign King's ship uncontrollably. They followed the bridge and directly arrived at the mainland. Standing firmly on the ground, Xiao Chun felt as if he'd been cut off from the world for a long time. Even Zhou Tong had a different feeling. They had finally arrived at a place with human habitation. Woo-woo. After throwing out all the passengers, the Sovereign King's ship also let out a gloomy, ghostly howl. It burst out with a strange radiance and then broke through the blue sea. Without even looking back, it flew away. After arriving at the mainland, those 3 skeletons put on human skin according to Xiao Chen's instruction. Then they put on beast skin clothes. At the same time, Zhou Tong also casually refined a hooded gown with beast skin and wore it. Those 3 skeletons were extremely strange existences, so they naturally needed to conceal themselves. Zhou Tong didn't want to expose his identity as a dragon for the time being, so he used this robe to cover the pair of dragon horns on his head. As for the devil on the other side, as soon as he got off the boat, he seemed to have disappeared completely. This beach seemed to have gone through a fierce battle, right? And it happened not long ago. Xiao Chun was preparing to go deeper, but he was immediately stunned when he saw the scene in the vicinity. That was because the entire coast was in a complete mess. Even the ground was split open, and there were many bloodstains that didn't dissipate even after a few months. It should be after the return of the Edisaurus. Those people on the mainland were fighting over the Dragon King. Lan Nuo finally opened her mouth at this time. While she was speaking, she even looked at Zhou Tong and 10X who were not far away. Lan Nuo, have you finished your nirvana? Zhou Tong looked at Lan Nuo and asked. Lan Nuo shook her head and said, Unfortunately, the time spent on the Sovereign King's ship was still too short. If I had a few more days, I would have been able to pass the last nirvana. I need to find a safe place to train for half a month. I should be able to pass the last nirvana. Farewell, we will meet again, Lan Nuo said. Then she floated away. Her figure was confident and at ease. Her speed was extremely fast. She disappeared in a blink of an eye. Seeing Lan Nuo leave, Xiao Chun was also a little disappointed and frustrated. He looked at the direction Lan Nuo left in a daze. However, Zhou Tong looked at Xiao Chun at this time and said with a smile, Don't look anymore. She already left. Although I understand your feelings, I have to say, the gap between you and Lan Nuo is really too big. You're just a dragon that was born a few months ago, yet you know so much. Don't tell me you already had bad intentions towards Lan Nuo. Xiao Chun looked at Zhou Tong with disdain. Then he also laughed. I think you should just give up. You're just a little guy, ha. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun and said, Don't worry, I am not that interested in you humans. I am preparing to take revenge on the Undying Sect. Let's part ways here. Revenge on the Undying Sect? Since when did the Undying Sect provoke you? Xiao Chun was very shocked. Those old bastards from the Undying Sect deceived you and decided to summon the Edisaurus ship in advance. This enmity naturally has to be avenged. Zhou Tong said unhurriedly. How do you know it was done by the Undying Sect? Xiao Chun continued to ask. I don't care if those old bastards from the Undying Sect are the masterminds or not. In any case, let's find them first. When the time comes, we will use torture to extort a confession. If they are the masterminds, we will directly kill them. If they are not the masterminds, we will make them confess the masterminds and then kill them. Zhou Tong's light voice made Xiao Chen's heart tremble. That is the Undying Sect. Are you really sure? Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Tong with some suspicion. I know you have trained to the Zephyr realm, which is the so-called demigod, but I am afraid the number of demigods in the Undying Sect is beyond your imagination. Of course I'm not sure, That is why I said prepare. In other words, prepare for revenge. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun. He would not foolishly run over to take revenge right now. Although the original work did not mention what realm the Undying Sex Patriarch was he was at least close to the level of a demigod. The original work clearly stated that he used himself as a cauldron and almost trained the obliterate demon absolute god to great success. Even if that patriarch had not succeeded yet, his realm must have already reached the perfected person or even the earth-penetrating realm. This was definitely not something he could contend against right now. Going to the Undying Sect right now was no different than courting death. It seems like even the fearless you don't have the guts to take revenge, Xiao Chun said with a smile. For a gentleman to take revenge 10 years is not too late. For a villain to take revenge all day long. Give me 10 years, I can directly overturn the Undying Sect. Why should I put myself in danger for a few insignificant people? Are those old bastards even worthy of me risking my life? Zhou Tong said with a light smile. All right, let's not talk anymore. I am leaving. Zhou Tong took one last glance at Xiao Chun. Then he directly soared into the sky and disappeared in front of Xiao Chun. Chapter 773. After leaving Xiao Chun, Zhou Tong didn't go too far away. He merely flew several hundred miles away, found a desolate place, and immediately went into seclusion. When he was in the Golden Taboo Ocean, he absorbed too much divine power. Previously, when he was on the Sovereign King's ship, he didn't have enough time, so he kept suppressing his breakthrough. Now, he could finally make progress. Zhou Tong casually blasted out a cave in the nearby mountain, then sealed the cave with his divine ability. Finally, he carved some formation runes, completely isolating the outside world from interference. After doing all this, he finally started to circulate his power to make a breakthrough. Just when he was circulating the dragon's technique, he suddenly felt the waves in the deep sea surging. Boundless divine power was flowing in his body unceasingly. Just the overflowing divine power and vitality made Zhou Tong's body tremble violently. Rumble. In the next instant, it was as if there was a sudden clap of thunder in his heart. Immediately after, his body felt as light as a feather, as if he was floating in the clouds. In this instant, he directly broke through to the sixth celestial layer from the second celestial layer. At this moment, his entire body flickered with green, treasured radiance. It was as if his fleshly body was sanctified. His essence, energy, and spirit reached an unprecedented height. A powerful force was circulating in his body, flickering with green radiance. It was like a surging river. It made him feel a kind of surging divine power, unceasingly tempering his fleshly body. It made him feel as if he was being reborn. Especially towards the end, every inch of his skin was like divine jade, brimming with explosive power. After the breakthrough this time, his fleshly body and divine power had improved by a lot compared to before. Even more treasures were opened in his body. Essence was surging all over his body. The abundant vitality even affected this small mountain where he was in seclusion. If someone was here, they would be able to see that in the vicinity of this mountain peak, withered trees came back to life, old vines sprouted green, tender grass broke through the soil, exuding vitality. The aura of the soil mixed with the fragrance of flowers and grasses. This was a new world, as if life was being born. Everything was brimming with vitality and hope. Breaking through 4 heavenly layers in a single breakthrough. The divine power in the taboo ocean is truly terrifying. Zhou Tong came out of seclusion, and his eyes carried a trace of surprise. As expected of the power of the Golden Taboo Ocean, the amount of power accumulated on the Sovereign King ship in just 4 to 5 days was far more than what he had accumulated on the Dragon Island. If there's a chance, I really want to completely refine that Taboo Ocean in one go. Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought. It can be foreseen that if he really refined the Taboo Ocean and integrated all of its divine power into his own sea, the effect would not be inferior to refining a real Zushan. As for the matter of the Forbidden Ocean, I will have to wait until I advance to the half-martial ancestor realm before I can refine it. Right now, I have to make a trip to the barbarian race's sacred mountain. Zhou Tong came out of his seclusion. He stood quietly on the ground and said softly, "As a matter of fact, there weren't that many opportunities in the Immortals' mainland. However, Zhou Tong clearly knew that there was an opportunity related to the dragons, and that was the barbarian race's sacred mountain. There was a Dragon King skeleton that was extremely close to Ediosaurus in the sacred mountain. He should be able to obtain some essence of Ediosaurus from there. The barbarian race's sacred mountain is located at the southwest border of the Immortals' mainland. It is located at the northwest of the Celestial City in the southern wasteland. It is at least 50,000 miles away from the Celestial City, and the place I am going to is the southernmost part of the southern wasteland. The first place I have to go is the Celestial City." After confirming the location, Zhou Tong soared into the sky and gazed into the distance. His gaze immediately landed on some pedestrians several hundred miles away. After asking them about the location of the Celestial City, Zhou Tong immediately transformed into a ray of light and disappeared from this mountain forest. The southern wasteland's mountain forest spanned over 10,000 miles. It was vast and boundless. There were even countless rare and unusual beasts within it. Zhou Tong flew all the way here. In a short span of 3 days, he passed through 10,000 mountains, walked through endless forests, and arrived at the Celestial City. This city was tall and magnificent. It was brimming with the vicissitudes of time. The city wall was no less than 10 zhang tall. The tall city gate tower was even more magnificent. It was just like a palace in the ninth heaven. There was a moat outside the city. The width was no less than 10 zhang, and the depth was also 50 to 60 zhang. Although there were lotus flowers and schools of fishes swimming on the surface of the river, if one looked carefully, one could see some creatures like crocodiles in the river. This was the most famous city in the southern wasteland. There are all kinds of legends about this city. It was related to the Celestial Emperor. It was shrouded in a layer of mysterious veil. This is the famous city of the southern wasteland? It doesn't look like much. Zhou Tong raised his head and looked at the city wall. He shook his head slightly. This city wall was too low. If this kind of city was brought to the mortal world, it would definitely be an incomparably grand city. But if it was brought to the world of practitioners, this kind of city was too insignificant. Not to mention those huge cities on the starry sky, ancient road of the shrouding heaven world. Even some of the cities in the Northern Dipper were incomparable. If this celestial city was placed in the Northern Dipper, it could only be regarded as a small city at most. Let's take a look at what's so special about this city first. After passing through the suspension bridge and the moat, Zhou Tong entered the celestial city very smoothly. The guards of the celestial city were actually just putting on a show. They wouldn't interrogate and obstruct the people entering and leaving the city. That was because there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons on the continent. Nobody knew if the person they casually stopped was some peerless character. As far as these guards were concerned, it was fine as long as they didn't cause trouble at the city gate. As soon as they entered the celestial city, everything was bustling as far as the eye could see. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages in the city. The street was bustling with activity. Shops stood in great numbers on both sides of the street. The sound of hawking rose and fell in succession. Top-quality cyan wand feather, sold at a discount of 500 gold coins. 1,000-year-old knotweed, a genuine spiritual medicine. Our shop just opened. We have a big discount on the first day. Sugar-coated haws, made of cinnabar fruit. 1 stick will refresh the mind. 2 sticks will never tire. 3 sticks will make you immortal. The strongest war beast, unparalleled under the heavens. Zhou Tong walked on the street. All kind of hawking sounds made him speechless. This kind of characteristic was simply cut from the same cloth as those cities in the shrouding the heavens world. However, there are also a lot of races in this place. It's very similar to the scene of the birth of the Northern Dipper's myriad races. Zhou Tong immediately shifted his gaze towards a stream of people in the city. There were men and women, old and young in the city, and there were all kinds of races. There were blonde hair and blue eyes, purple hair and black eyes, red hair and red eyes. There were all kinds of people in the city. Moreover, there were also some giants who were 10 to 20 feet tall, and some barbarians who had beast ears or beast tails. Zhou Tong shuttled back and forth in the crowd. Everything here made him feel as if he had returned to the shrouding the heavens world. This city is a little interesting. I should be able to buy some spirit essence. However, for me, the first thing I need is money. Zhou Tong walked while thinking of ways to make money. Chapter 774. If I want to make money, I should first exchange it for some secular money. Zhou Tong muttered to himself irresolutely for a while. In the end, he found a clothing store nearby and directly sold the layer of bee skin robe he was wearing. This kind of bee skin came from some powerful savage beasts on the Dragon Island. This kind of beast could be considered as a rare commodity even on the Immortals' mainland. Especially this kind of beast itself was very powerful. That's why even if it was already made into a robe, the value of the material itself was still there. After exchanging this robe for a similar black robe and more than 100 gold coins, Zhou Tong immediately left this clothing store. Actually, the best way to make money is to auction off martial arts or divine ability. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Martial arts and divine ability were the foundation for other people to settle down, but to Zhou Tong, they were the most worthless thing. He could easily create all kinds of martial arts by himself. So it didn't matter if he casually created some martial arts to sell for money. Let's use the technique I created on the Sovereign King ship to absorb the divine power of the taboo ocean. This technique can even absorb the divine power of the taboo ocean. It is definitely the most top-notch breathing technique. It can absorb the worldly essence like plundering, but the only thing missing is the method to absorb and refine it. Without a follow-up method to absorb and refine it, the heaven and earth essence chi drawn in by this breathing method would disperse when the time came, which was equivalent to wasting it. After all, not everyone had the heavenly monolith technique, which had unlimited potential. Zhou Tong walked while pondering. As for the method to absorb and refine it, I should imitate my own deep-sea divine ability and create something similar. Along with his pondering, he gradually perfected the technique. Furthermore, it was perfectly combined with his previous breathing technique. Absorb worldly essence, then refine it into the true chi within the body. This technique didn't contain any martial arts. It was only a basic training method. With this technique, the strength of the true chi within the body would far surpass other techniques. Now that the technique is more or less complete, it's time to give it a name. Zhou Tong thought to himself. After mastering this technique, the true chi in my body will surge like the ocean, and the essence of heaven and earth will be all-encompassing. Let's call it the Boundless Ocean. Oh, but if I want to sell it for a sky-high price, I'll first need a carrier of a cultivation technique. Zhou Tong casually picked a name. Then he asked a passerby about the location of some equipment refining materials and walked over. After spending a dozen gold coins to buy a piece of jade, Zhou Tong went out of the city and found a secret place. He used the heaven-shrouding magic to refine this piece of jade and the boundless sea that he had created. Especially at the end, Zhou Tong also poured his special will into the boundless sea. This was the true meaning of this cultivation method. Even if an expert of the longevity secret realm comprehended this true meaning, they would benefit greatly. Not bad, not bad. Now it really looks like it. Zhou Tong looked at the piece of jade in his palm with satisfaction. The sparkling and translucent jade was emitting a light blue radiance. Faintly, there was a continuous fluctuation being emitted. If he put his ear close to it, he could even faintly hear the sound of the waves. This can barely be passed off as a cultivation technique from the ancient ruins. Next, it's time to auction it off. Zhou Tong casually made some changes. Then, he entered the city again and arrived at the entrance of a place called Zhengtong Auction House. The Zhengtong auction house had a history of over 100 years. Moreover, this auction house's reputation had even spread out of the southern wasteland. They had branches in many places on the continent. The Zhengtong auction house in Celestial City was very imposing. Two huge stone lions were sitting beside the vermilion door. The tall walls on both sides were like a castle. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. When the piece of jade in Zhou Tong's hand was taken out, the shopkeeper was immediately startled. This ancient form, this brilliant multicolored light, and especially that vast ocean-like willpower contained within this piece of jade, made him endlessly shocked. He repeatedly exclaimed that it was a supreme treasure. And on this very day, the entire Celestial City was in an uproar. Someone had excavated an ancient ruin, and from there, they obtained a peerless divine technique called Boundless Ocean. According to legend, it could make a practitioner of the same level several times more powerful than others. Celestial City was originally an important city in the southern wasteland. There were a lot of outsiders here. In addition, there were also a lot of major powers in the city. When this news spread out, it was extremely lively. This was an ancient cultivation technique. It could totally be used as the foundation of a family or school. Even some major sects wanted to get their hands on this cultivation technique. This was enough to move all the major powers. The next day, in the vast auction hall, there were no less than a few thousand seats. However, there were no empty seats left. The hall was a boiling cauldron of voices. Many major families had sent their representatives. Of course, even more of them were loose practitioners. Almost all the people who came were practitioners. Is it really an ancient cultivation technique? Boundless Ocean. Can this cultivation technique really make a cultivator of the same level accumulate several times more powerful than an ordinary cultivator? Oh my God, there is actually such a cultivation technique. Several times more powerful than an ordinary cultivator of the same level. That cultivator is absolutely invincible. It wouldn't be surprising even if the cultivator is able to surpass their level. Who the hell is it? They are actually willing to put this kind of cultivation technique up for auction. This is really too crazy. A divine cultivation technique will make people fight over it until their heads bleed. There will definitely be bloodshed. Which ancient ruin is it? How come I have never heard of any ancient ruins being excavated recently? Don't tell me it's a treasure that was excavated from the ancient ruins and is being sold now. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Without a doubt, that mysterious seller was the focus of everyone's attention. That was because there had never been any news of an ancient ruin. However, this kind of ancient cultivation technique suddenly appeared. It was really too shocking. The Zhengtong auction house was very efficient. They spread the news of the boundless ocean throughout the entire Celestial City in the shortest amount of time. Time passed by little. More and more people flocked to the auction house. In the end, there were no more seats in the hall. Those who came later could only stand. This cultivation technique's effect was extremely powerful, especially the true meaning of the cultivation technique left behind by Zhou Tong. It made the auction house even more certain that this was a truly powerful and invincible cultivation technique. It was comparable to the inheritance of various sections. That was why the Zhengtong auction house didn't hesitate to advertise it. That was because they could get a high commission. Of course, the most important thing was their reputation. Successfully auctioning off this kind of cultivation technique would bring unimaginable prestige to the auction house. For this reason, they even invited many exceptional beauties to help out. They explained the profoundness of this cultivation technique to everyone who participated in the auction. Chapter 775. Soon it was time for the auction. The starting price is 500,000 gold coins, and each bid is at least 10,000 gold coins. The auctioneer in charge of the auction said. His voice was loud and spread throughout the auction hall. Then, with a swish, he took off a red cloth from a card on the side, and a jade engraved with the boundless sea appeared in front of everyone. Suddenly, a surge of water vapor filled the entire auction hall. At the same time, a mysterious expert walked out from the backstage and picked up the jade, quietly showing everyone the concept of the jade. The jade trembled slightly, and a wave of smoke slowly spread out from the jade. Voila! Then, he gently swept the jade in his hand, and suddenly, a large blue wave rose into the air. The entire space on the stage was instantly submerged by the wave, and for a moment, everyone felt like they were facing the sea. Swish! The person took back the jade, and a vast wave of smoke instantly disappeared. Just now, I poured a trace of true essence into it. This piece of jade carries the immeasurable concept left behind by the ancient ancestors. Everyone has clearly seen its boundless concept. This person's voice was low, making it difficult for others to distinguish his age and gender. Without a doubt, this was an expert who came out to protect the boundless sea. I bid 510,000 gold coins. You want to buy the boundless sea with 510,000 gold coins? I bid 600,000 gold coins. 650,000. 720,000. I bid 800,000. The scene was too lively, and the bids came one after another. There was no one who increased the price by 10,000 gold coins, but rather by 30,000, 40,000, and even 50,000 gold coins. This kind of cultivation technique that could be passed down by a family or sect attracted too many people. Of course, there was no lack of people who came purely to watch the show because they didn't have the capital to pay such a high price. The people in the front were shouting fiercely, and the people in the back were discussing. Just who is this person to actually put this kind of thing up for auction? The boundless true intent recorded in this jade is very beneficial even for a demigod or even a god. Even if one doesn't cultivate the boundless sea, they can still comprehend the boundless true intent in the jade, and they will definitely gain a lot. Someone is actually stupid enough to put this kind of thing up for sale. If I were to put it up for sale, I would definitely make a copy and sell it. I suspect that this isn't something from the ruins, and it's very likely that someone stole it. Otherwise, why have we never heard of such a relic? That's right. He must have snatched it from some great sect's treasure vault. He might have even stolen it. Everyone wanted to know who was the one who put this item up for sale. There were even some people with evil intentions who were secretly planning to kill the person who put this item up for auction when the time came. I bid 2 million gold coins. 15 million. 3 million. Inside the auction hall, bids were still being called out crazily. Furthermore, the calls were becoming fiercer and fiercer. Those who bid were no longer interested in the cultivation technique, but rather the immeasurable true intent contained within the jade. This was what they needed the most. But in the end, the bid stopped at 5 million gold coins. There's something fishy going on. Seeing this bid, Zhou Tong knew in his heart that according to the original bidding trend, this piece of jade would reach at least 4 million gold coins. After all, this was something that could be passed down through the ages. It could even be passed down to future generations. It could bring endless benefits to a family. Now, several families and sects must have joined forces to suppress other people who wanted to bid a high price. You dare play this trick on me. See if I don't destroy your family. Zhou Tong smiled coldly. Then, he got up and went directly to the backstage of the Jingtong auction house. Of the 5 million gold coins, 10% was the auction house's commission, which was 250,000 gold coins. In the end, Zhou Tong only walked away with 25 million gold coins. According to the original valuation, it should be at least 4 million gold coins. Excluding the commission, it should be 3,600,000 gold coins. Now it's 1,350,000 gold coins less. Humph. After receiving the commission, Zhou Tong didn't immediately leave. Instead, he used a secret technique and hid not far away. He wanted to see who had bought his item. With Zhou Tong's ability, no one could detect that he was secretly observing. Very quickly, Zhou Tong sensed a peerless beauty coming to the backstage and taking away his precious jade from the auction house. According to my previous observation, could this person be the one who framed Xiao Chun in the original work, Hai Yunxiue? Before, Zhou was only guessing. But when he heard the conversation with this person backstage, he quickly confirmed the identity of this person. It was indeed Hai Yunxue. It really is Hai Yunxue. This kind of despicable person is really speechless, Zhou secretly said. Speaking of which, who is the person who took out this jade to auction? While Zhou was observing, Hai Yunxue suddenly asked the auction house's staff. We have rules. The staff replied. Is this gold bill enough? Hai Yunxue's voice came. But that person was still somewhat hesitant. What if you add another one? Hai Yunxue leisurely said. These 2 gold bills are enough for you to go to other cities and live the life of an upper-class person. Are you really willing to work in the auction house for the rest of your life until you die? Furthermore, we don't need you to sell the information of the auction house. We only need you to describe what you saw. This will not harm the auction house's interests. Hai Yunxue's voice was very provocative. Could it be that you are afraid that our Hai family will sell you out? This time, that person didn't hesitate at all and directly said, I also don't know who this person is. He is only a very short person. He looks like a midget or a dwarf. Perhaps he is a child. He was wearing a black gown that covered most of his face. That person directly described Zhou attire. However, he didn't see Zhou face and didn't know what Zhou looked like. Don't worry, this is yours. Hai Yunxue directly stuffed the 2 gold bills into that person's bosom and then left. It seems like the Hai family is going to mobilize their power to search for my traces in Celestial City. Just after Hai Yunxue left, Zhou also dispersed his secret technique and revealed himself. He didn't care about the Hai family's search. At least, the most common experts in the Immortals' mainland were demigods of the Zephyr realm. However, Zhou really wasn't afraid of people of this realm. Come, demigods of the Hai family. I will kill as many as you come. Zhou immediately turned around and left. Chapter 776. After roughly figuring out the enemy, Zhou did not have the slightest fear. The Fair family was different from the Undying sect. This family did not have as deep of a background as the Undying sect. Even their current patriarch might not necessarily be comparable to him. He openly entered the pharmacy that sold all kinds of worldly essences in Celestial City. He threw out all of the 2,250,000 gold coins and bought a big bag of worldly essences. What 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old lingji, and so on. When all of them were added together, it was no less than a big bag. With these things added together, it should be enough for me to break through the 9th celestial layer. Zhou looked at the big bag of worldly essences in his hand with satisfaction. Soon after, he walked out of Celestial City openly. And just when he arrived at the main road of the Celestial City, he vaguely sensed that 2 people were quietly following behind him. Finally found my trail? Zhou expression was calm as he continued to walk out. Sure enough, just as he walked out of Celestial City, 2 silhouettes instantly shot out from the city and blocked in front of Zhou. This unforeseen event immediately caused everyone at the city gate to fall back. They looked at Zhou and the 2 youngsters who blocked Zhou path in astonishment. Brat, you stole our Fair family's worldly essences, and you want to walk away just like that? The person standing in front of Zhou looked down at Zhou with a pondering expression. This person's words were very clever. He immediately pointed out his identity, and that was precisely the Fair family. In Celestial City, the Fair family was fully deserving of the title of local tyrant. There was no one in Celestial City who did not know about the Fair family. And at the same time that he pointed out his identity, he also pinned a crime on Zhou at the first possible moment to prevent some chivalrous people from helping him. I don't like to raise my head to look at people. This is the last time, so kneel down. Zhou was disinclined to reply. He merely raised his head and looked straight into the eyes of this person. Suddenly, the young man in front of him felt a boundless and terrifying divine might rolling out from the other party's eyes. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on his body. With a plop sound, he directly knelt down. You? What kind of demon are you? The person behind him had a frightened expression, but before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Tong turned around and sent him flying with a kick. He heavily crashed into the celestial city's city wall. Don't worry, I didn't kill anyone. Go back to the Fair family and call for help. Zhou Tong turned around and pressed his palm on the young man who had knelt down before. A seal instantly immobilized him. Take this person as a hostage. Bring 1,000-year-old blood ginseng to redeem him. Zhou Tong's voice was very calm, but it made everyone's heart tremble. Just what was the background of this shorty? He actually dared to provoke the Fair family like this? Even extorting? And from his voice, he sounded very young. His body wasn't big either. Could he really be a child? But how could a mere child possess such strength? When a young man who was deliberately let go by Zhou Tong fled into the city in a panic. Not long after, a tyrannical voice resounded. Who dares to extort my Fair family? Along with this voice, a middle-aged man walked over with a furious expression. Behind him was a large group of onlookers. Swoosh! Just as this tyrannical voice resounded, a cyan-colored light whip suddenly wrapped around this person's neck. Soon after, the light whip was retracted. This seemingly powerful and tyrannical middle-aged man suddenly flew up and knelt down in front of Zhou Tong. The 1,000-year-old blood ginseng I asked for, did you bring it? Zhou Tong opened his mouth and asked, Brat, you're courting death, offending our Fair family, slap. But before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Zhou Tong's slap. Humph, if I didn't bring the thing I asked for, why would I need a trash like you? You are also kneeling here. You, go and call for more people. I already have 2 hostages in my hands. Other than the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng from before, give me another 1,000-year-old snow lotus. I have already seen it in your Fair family shop. Don't tell me you don't have it. Zhou Tong's gaze was like lightning as he directly looked at the young man who was sent flying by his kick. This person's heart trembled as he hastily ran into the city again. Savage too savage. Whose child is this? Even an expert from the Fair family's Historia's secret realm is not his opponent. The surrounding onlookers all looked at Zhou Tong in horror. This person was too terrifying. Oof. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to extort my Fair family. Just at this time, an old man flew over from the city and asked with a stern voice. The surrounding onlookers were immediately shocked. This is Fair family's High Fan Tian, the younger brother of the Fair family's patriarch. He is already a Historia 9th celestial layer expert and is only half a step away from becoming a demigod. I didn't expect even he would be alarmed. Boom! Something that made everyone dumbstruck happened. They only saw Zhou Tong raise his finger again. The dragon's divine ability was transformed into a cyan-colored whip by Zhou Tong. Once again, the whip coiled around the neck of this old man. With a light pull, this old man knelt in front of Zhou Tong on the spot. This was no different from the previous 2. What, another attack? High Fan Tian, who broke through Historia 9th celestial layer, used the same move as the Fair family's junior. Could this brat be a demigod? Ferocious person, truly a ferocious person, so ferocious that it's a complete mess. Just who did the Fair family provoke? A demigod actually came a mess with them like this. The complexion of the surrounding onlookers changed greatly. Some of them even retreated far away. For a moment, there was no one within several hundred meters of Zhou Tong. Up until now, even the slow-witted person understood that Zhou Tong was definitely a demigod. Moreover, he possessed extremely terrifying strength. He wasn't trying to extort them at all. He really came to look for trouble with the Fair family. If they didn't back off now, when the demigods of the Fair family arrived, when the demigods started fighting, it would be hard for them to run away. Go and call for more people. Add another 1,000-year-old cinnabar fruit. Zhou Tong stared at that youngster from before once again. As soon as those words were spoken, the surrounding onlookers immediately burst into an uproar. This person really didn't mind making a big deal out of it. Could it be that he wanted to completely wipe out the Fair family? Just at this time, a huge gust of wind suddenly came from the celestial city. Immediately after, 5 figures soared into the sky and pounced towards Zhou Tong's side. The true experts of the Fair family had appeared. From the might of their arrival, one could tell that these 5 people were already the airborne realm experts of the Fair family. That's Faircloud. It's Faircloud, the patriarch of the Fair family. Even he was alarmed. When everyone clearly saw the person in the lead, they were immediately shocked. This matter actually alarmed the patriarch of the Fair family. 5 demigods. Is the patriarch of the Fair family among them? Not bad. They are barely qualified to fight against me. Zhou was also a little excited in his heart. After coming to this world for so long, he finally had a chance to fight. Chapter 777. Who the hell are you? You actually dare to oppose our Fair family? The patriarch of the Fair family, Faircloud, glared at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's expression remained calm. Who am I? Shouldn't you be asking yourselves this question? I was the one who took out the boundless sea. It's fine if your Fair family colluded with other families to lower the price, but afterward you even tried every possible means to find me, trying to recover the gold coins you paid for the auction. Now that things have come to a head, you're still asking me who I am? Since the patriarch of the Fair family had already appeared, there was no point in saying anything else. He could just directly call them out. As for whether the surrounding people believed him or not, what difference did it make? However, the extremely thick-skinned patriarch of the Fair family obviously didn't care about what Zhou Tong said. He waved his arm and angrily shouted, "Good thief! Not only did you injure my Fair family's people, you even slander my Fair family. Today, I won't forgive you, Kill." After he finished speaking, an old man holding a blade behind him took the initiative to make his move. He drew an afterimage and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Tong. With a clang sound, the golden blade in his hand was instantly unsheathed and slashed diagonally at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's eyes slightly turned, then a green light erupted from his body. Like a stormy blue sea, it swept towards the old man with the golden blade. The green light around Zhou Tong was a divine ability of dragons. Its might was incomparably powerful. When the green light surged like a tide, it could uproot the mountains and split the earth. It could also imprison and sweep away everything. When this green light swept out, it immediately caused the old man's golden blade to feel as if it had sunk into a swamp, unable to budge an inch. Immediately after, the soft divine light suddenly turned into an incomparably fierce divine power. It swept out heavily, and a shattering sound immediately rang out. The golden blade cracked all over and broke into pieces. This old man's heart was filled with fear. He raised his head and fell backwards. However, Zhou Tong's divine ability was even faster. That green light spread out in merely a split second. The powerful energy fluctuation caused even the void to distort. Swoosh! The other 3 old men wanted to help, but by the time they rushed over, the first old man had been crushed by Zhou Tong's dragon's great divine ability and turned into a bloody paste. A bloody light bloomed from the green light. Be careful, he's no ordinary demigod. Back off, let me handle him. Seeing that Zhou Tong had killed one of his demigods with a single strike, Faircloud's expression changed greatly. He was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and immediately attacked. Buzz! His lotus movement technique was extremely fast. It was as if lotuses were blooming with every step he took. Petals bloomed around him. His figure was like a flickering star. He tore through the sky and arrived beside Zhou Tong in an instant. So fast, I underestimated Faircloud. Zhou Tong's complexion changed slightly. Faircloud's strength was definitely already at the longevity realm. Zhou Tong had indeed miscalculated. He remembered that in the original work, Faircloud brought a large group of experts to besiege and ambush Shao Chun, who had just entered the Nirvana realm. However, almost all of them were annihilated in an instant. Previously, he had always thought that Faircloud was a demigod like him. At most, he was at the peak of the demigod realm. However, now that he had truly made his move, it was clear that he was an existence of the longevity realm. 9 celestial layer of Nirvana, plus the first celestial layer of longevity realm, I am now at the 6th celestial layer of Zephyr. I am at least 13 levels lower than him. Zhou looked at Faircloud's movements and became more and more excited. Only with this kind of opponent, he would be able to stimulate the potential of his body to the greatest extent. Fight! A battle cry burst out from Zhou throat. The surging aura instantly broke through the black robe that enveloped his entire body, causing his true figure to appear in front of everyone. He was still a 7 or 8-year-old child. However, he was wearing a battle armor that was flowing with green light. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of green, jade-like dragon armor on top of his head. Dragon horns? The demigod of dragons? Once they saw that pair of dragon horns, everyone's complexion changed greatly. Dragons were able to transform into human form when they were in the Zephyr realm. However, as a matter of fact, the majority of dragons did not look too different from a normal person after transforming. Only a few dragons who were extremely proud of their own race would retain 1 or 2 characteristics of dragons after transforming. Among them, the dragon horns were the most common. Something's not right. Look at his dragon horns. Those are definitely not the dragon horns of winged dragons. Those are the horns of Ediosaurus. Suddenly, someone vaguely sensed something and immediately cried out in surprise. A few months ago, the team that returned from the Dragon Island had already shocked the entire Immortals mainland. No less than 9 Dragon Kings appeared in the world. Once these 9 Dragon Kings matured, they would become a force capable of shaking the entire Immortals mainland. Among them, a portion of the people knew what these Dragon Kings looked like. Among them, the most eye-catching one was naturally their Ediosaurus head. That pair of dragon horns that looked similar to antlers. Dragon King? Don't tell me it's a Dragon King. Impossible. Those that returned from the Dragon Island were only young dragons. How could a Dragon King appear so quickly? Furthermore, I remember that there was no Azure Dragon among those 9 dragons. That's right, I remember those 9 Dragon Kings should be the Black Dragon King, Scarlet Dragon King, Jade Dragon King, Golden Dragon King, Silver Dragon King, Evil Dragon King, Winged Dragon King, Lightning Dragon King, and Jade Dragon King. These 9 Dragon Kings should be the 9 Dragon Kings. When did an Azure Dragon King appear? Furthermore, it's such a terrifying Azure Dragon King. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Although the majority of the dragons were sealed on the Dragon Island, only a relatively weak-winged dragon bloodline survived on the main road. However, even this bloodline was a powerful race on the Immortals mainland. Even a winged dragon bloodline without a Dragon King could become an influential and powerful race on the Immortals mainland. Now that this kind of Azure Dragon King appeared, no one could predict what would happen next. Dragon King? It's actually a Dragon King? Faircloud, who was in midair, clearly also sensed Zhou identity. His complexion changed greatly. The gaze he used to look at Zhou also carried a trace of malevolence. Offending a Dragon King, then I might have to kill a dragon today. He naturally wouldn't extravagantly hope to take a step back and be at peace. Since he really offended the Dragon King, then he might as well thoroughly exterminate the opponent before it truly matured. Faircloud stretched out a big hand. His thumb and middle finger were pinched together like a Buddha pinching a flower. He was on guard. A black lotus actually appeared on his fingertip out of thin air. As the lotus petal trembled, there was actually a faint spatial fluctuation. That was a pure and powerful destructive power. He casually waved his hand. This black lotus instantly swept out a destructive light and violently charged towards Zhou. It's useless. In front of my dragon's divine ability, all divine abilities are useless. Zhou waved his hands and actually emitted a green radiance. The astral wind danced, and even the sound of thunder resounded. This was the wind and lightning divine ability that the tyrannical dragons were most proficient in. Kacha! Several green thunderbolts and green astral wind twined around his 5 fingers, just like coiling dragons and snakes. It caused even the void to tremble for a moment. After that, it directly faced Faircloud's destructive light head-on. Rumble! The thunderbolts and astral wind collided with the destructive light. The void exploded. Countless destructive light burst forth in all directions. The astral wind whistled. Accompanied by the green electric arc, the air produced a crackling sound that made one's scalp numb. Chapter 778. Crackle, Crackle. The first collision between Zhou Tong and Faircloud was like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. It was too terrifying. A layer of the earth outside the celestial city was directly swept away by the destructive light and the power of wind and lightning. The earth became barren, and just at this time, the two of them made their move at the same time. Zhou Tong's entire body blossomed with green radiance. That green armor also seemed to be breathing in sync with him. One after another green radiance throbbed on the armor. It seemed as if there were green flames swallowing and spitting out from his entire body. He merged with the heaven and earth. Rumble. His fist shook. The resplendent green radiance was accompanied by the sound of wind and lightning. It carried an unrivaled aura as it heavily struck towards Faircloud. It was overflowing with terror. This was still the battle skill of the dragons. At this moment, his divine might was awe-inspiring. His aura surged like the sea. It was vast and mighty. Everyone trembled as they felt a kind of heart-palpitating power. Faircloud's complexion changed greatly. He quickly took a step forward in the sky. His speed was as fast as a ghost. At the same time, he was accompanied by the sparkling and translucent lotus as he pressed down on Zhou Tong. The instant he got close to Zhou Tong, the lotus around his body blossomed. A huge black lotus appeared. The instant every lotus petal blossomed, it would shoot a destructive black radiance towards Zhou Tong. 9 lotus petals blossomed. A total of 9 destructive black radiances swept towards Zhou Tong. Just the aftermath of this black radiance was enough to annihilate a demigod. Right now, under Faircloud's control, the 9 black radiances formed a kind of mysterious formation in the sky. They resonated and vibrated in the sky. Their might rose sharply. Rumble. The battle skill of the dragons collided with the destructive black radiance. In that instant, the divine radiance erupted. Divine power surged forth, and the heaven and earth became resplendent. Zhou Tong and Faircloud's silhouette collided unceasingly in the sky. It was extremely intense. Faircloud's expression was incomparably solemn. He stood at the center of the huge black lotus. His aura was like that of a demonic god. His powerful aura burst forth wave after wave. On the other hand, Zhou Tong was like an extremely terrifying war god, facing an opponent who was more than 10 minor realms higher than him. Even Zhou Tong was excited. His entire body blossomed with green light. Wind and lightning coiled around his body. Every strike was ferocious and overbearing, carrying with it an incomparably terrifying divine power. Every strike was like the dome of heaven falling down. Facing the battle between Zhou Tong and Faircloud, all the spectators in the vicinity retreated one after another. They could feel the extremely frightening divine power fluctuations at the center of the battle between the two. Almost every single aftershock could easily destroy an ordinary demigod. Faircloud let out a long roar. It was as if his entire body had a demonic nature. The black lotus petals were sparkling and translucent. Like a meteor shower, they tore through the sky and attacked Zhou Tong together. It was extremely terrifying. Zhou Tong showed no signs of fear. His entire body was shrouded in green light, making him look like a peerless god of war. He was incomparably powerful. Even though he was facing Faircloud, who was more than 10 levels higher than him, he did not back down. As his hands moved, they left behind mysterious afterimages. They even brought along bursts of wind and thunder, causing the sparkling black petals to continuously distort and shatter. At this moment, it was as if a vast ocean was surging between heaven and earth. The lotus petals danced in the air, the green light split the sky, and the battle intent soared to the heavens. At the end of the battle, that huge black lotus was shattered into pieces by Zhou Tong's dragon's battle technique. Fair Cloud, who was standing on top of it, was immediately sent flying. However, Zhou Tong, who had obtained such a huge victory, was also not in a very good state. The green armor on his body was cracked, and his entire body was dripping with blood. Ha ha ha! Fight! 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 The more Zhou Tong bled and fought, the more carefree his heart was. His battle intent was surging violently. He was too strong. In the shrouding heaven world, ever since he confirmed his Tao, there was basically no one who could match him. It was only when he fought with the venerable sovereign before coming to the world of immortals that he felt that kind of surging battle intent. Although the opponent in this battle was very weak, he wasn't at his peak either. Under the battle, that long-awaited blood boiling, that long-awaited feeling of nervousness once again surged into his heart, directly activating the battle intent in the depths of his heart. Crack! It was as if some kind of shackle in his body was broken. Under the impact of this battle intent, he actually broke through another realm, directly advancing from the 6th celestial layer to the 7th celestial layer. Green light danced all over his body. His battle intent was monstrous, like a rolling tide, surging violently. The fiery aura, coupled with the dragon's blood all over his body, made all the onlookers feel a chill in their hearts. Fair Cloud roared loudly, displaying his most terrifying power. That shattered black lotus actually reassembled and bloomed again. 9 rays of black light merged into one and swept towards Zhou Tong together. He was also someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. He knew that the opponent's battle intent was high. The more he fought, the more ferocious his aura became. Once his aura dropped, he was doomed. Fight! Facing Fair Cloud's 9 rays of black light that merged into one, Zhou Tong faced the sky and roared wildly. After his cultivation base advanced, he became even more powerful. Coupled with his superb battle talent and battle instinct, he firmly suppressed Fair Cloud. Boom! He took a step forward, stepping on the void, instantly causing the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. This step didn't feel like he was stepping on the void, but instead, it felt like he was stepping on a star. Using the star as a drum and his feet as a hammer, with one step, heaven and earth shook violently. Terrifying ripples instantly erupted from Zhou Tong's feet. This was the Dragon Counterstep's 7 steps. It was beyond Fair Cloud's imagination. This was the most famous ancient battle skill of the dragons. Zhou Tong had already displayed this battle skill to the extreme. Even if it was a dragon king who had cultivated to the immortality realm, it would still be impossible for them to surpass him. Merely one step was enough to distort his 9 rays of black light. And the instant Zhou Tong took the 2nd step, that 9 rays of black light instantly collapsed. And with the 3rd step, he directly stepped on Fair Cloud's huge black lotus, causing it to shake violently. With the 4th step, the black lotus instantly shattered into pieces. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gaze, Zhou Tong took the 5th step. This step directly stepped on Fair Cloud's chest. Gotcha! Fair Cloud's chest instantly caved in. His body was directly heavily injured by Zhou Tong's step. His entire body cracked, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Fair Cloud cried out in alarm. However, he was already powerless to resist. Zhou Tong didn't continue to attack. He only stood in the air, quietly, and looked at Fair Cloud powerlessly falling down from the sky. Unfortunately, your talent is a bit too weak. Among those at the same level, you can only be considered as the worst. You won't be able to force me to take the 6th step. Zhou Tong stood in the sky and heaved a sigh. The battle intent all over his body had also been retracted. After defeating Fair Cloud, he no longer had the mood to continue fighting. And Fair Cloud was lying on the ground. He didn't even have the ability to speak. However, he still didn't die. He could only look at Zhou Tong, who was in the sky with his eyes wide open. Fair family, do you want to live or die? Zhou Tong turned around and looked at the 3 demigods of the Fair family, who didn't make a move yet. We want to live. Those three demigods were so scared by Zhou Tong's glance that they almost pissed their pants. They immediately opened their mouth. You want to live? That's very simple. Sell everything that your fair family owns in Celestial City. Use the worldly essence to trade. Zhou Tong directly said. In fact, ever since he confirmed that the fair family was the mastermind, Zhou Tong had already decided on a plan. Actually, the simplest way to take revenge was to directly kill the fair family. However, Zhou Tong wanted to take it one step further. He wanted to squeeze the fair family dry. If he wanted to rob the fair family, he would only rob the fair family of their liquid assets. However, for this kind of family, the real assets were the real assets. If he caused a ruckus here and gathered all the people who were watching the show, it would be a lot easier to sell the fair family's assets. However, Zhou Tong's ice-cold voice instantly made everyone from the fair family feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even the passers-by shivered. This was simply cutting off the roots of the fair family's rise. It was really too ruthless. He really is a werewolf. Countless people were secretly shocked. This move was simply destroying the foundation of a family. I want the fair family's fair pawn shop. I bid 10 worldly essence. But very quickly, someone directly made a bid. The fair family had a huge business in Celestial City. Naturally, there were a lot of people who were thinking about them. This was an extremely good opportunity to get rid of their competitors and let their family rise to the next level. Our Zhuge family will take over the fair family's tavern. On the other side, a fatty also made a bid. We bid 15 7-colored lotus seeds. Our Lu family wants the fair family's shares in the Warbeast Castle. We bid. In an instant, everyone gave a push when the wall is down. The group of demigods from the fair family almost fainted. This was dividing up their family's business. Chapter 779. After leaving the Celestial City, Zhou Tong found a secluded place along the way and casually opened up a cave. With so much worldly essence, it should be enough to push my cultivation to the 9th celestial layer of the Zephyr realm, or even a step further and reach the Nirvana realm. Zhou Tong looked at the big bag of worldly essence in front of him as a trace of happiness flashed through his eyes. The fair family in the Celestial City was really a big family. There were 13,000-year-old blood ginseng in their family shop. After selling their property, they obtained as many as 282 stalks. In addition to the spiritual essence that Zhou Tong originally possessed, they had a total of 303 stalks. The fair family's real estate is more than 10 times the liquid assets. Furthermore, I dare to say that those people in the Celestial City have definitely lowered the price in secret. If we wait for a while, we could get at least 50 more spiritual essences. Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. He himself requested all the buyers to use worldly essence to trade. This was tantamount to lowering the price because no one would be able to take out so much worldly essence in such a short period of time. If they were given a certain amount of time, the price would be fierce at that time. However, Zhou Tong didn't mind it at all. That was because this was a business without any capital to begin with. The one suffering a loss was the fair family, not him. Being able to get close to 300 spiritual essences in one go was already very heaven-defying. Time to start training. Zhou Tong quickly restrained his thoughts and directly stuffed a bunch of lotus seeds into his mouth. As soon as the lotus seeds entered his stomach, a cool and refreshing aura immediately rushed into his heart. Moreover, it started to spread from his abdomen to his 4 limbs and hundreds of bones. The extremely rich spiritual energy gradually settled in his body. Especially on the deep sea, it was already raining heavily. 7 days later, the worldly essence was unceasingly refined by Zhou Tong into the deep sea within his body. At the same time, traces of energy overflowed from the deep sea and flowed throughout his body. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise resounded. It was as if something within his body had ruptured. One after another, life essence rushed out from Zhou Tong's body and poured into his entire body. His body was filled with a mysterious radiance. After a long time, this mysterious light slowly dissipated and disappeared into Zhou body. At the same time, Zhou didn't stop refining the spirit essences. Mist filled the air above the deep sea, and raindrops fell from the sky. They continuously transformed into the potential of the deep sea, causing the sea to become deeper and wider. Time continued to pass, and another 7 days passed. After consuming half of the 300 spirit essences, a wisp of life essence finally appeared in his body, and his body was once again refreshed. In the blink of an eye, Zhou had already advanced to the 9th firmament of airborne flight. In the following half a month, Zhou was still quietly refining the remaining spirit essence. During the refining process, although he didn't advance further and enter the nirvana realm, Zhou could feel that the power in his body was getting thicker and thicker, and the exuberance of his life essence had reached an extremely terrifying level. I've finished refining the spirit essence. Now it's time for nirvana. After Zhou refined all of the spirit essences and made his foundation the most solid, he finally made up his mind to enter the nirvana realm. Nirvana realm. This was the most special realm in the world of a mortal's cultivation system. In this world's cultivation system, everyone's innate talent and foundation were different. Therefore, many people with lower innate talent couldn't catch up to some of the smarter people, even if they put in several times more effort. And in this world's cultivation system, the only way to increase one's innate talent and potential was to enter the nirvana realm. Nirvana realm. To a cultivator, this realm was equivalent to clearing the past, allowing the cultivator to undergo the most fundamental transformation and step into a whole new level. Of course, most cultivators would die in this realm, and only a few people would be able to rush into it. Nirvana realm. If I didn't guess wrongly, on the surface, this realm is very similar to the 9 lives and 9 deaths transformation in the heaven-shrouding ocean secret realm. But in reality, it's even more mysterious. Zhou silently compared these two realms in his heart. The 9 lives and 9 death transformation in the sea of reincarnation was actually the process of releasing life essence and death essence in the sea of reincarnation. And the cultivator borrowed the reincarnation of life essence and death essence to further increase the potential contained in the gate of potential within the body. But in the world of a mortal's nirvana realm, it not only increased the potential within the cultivator's body, it also changed the cultivator's mental state. This was an opportunity to increase one's innate talent and perception. Zhou had seen all of the cultivation systems, but he had never seen such a thing to increase one's innate talent and perception. Nirvana realm, let's start now. Zhou completely sealed his temporary immortal's cave and then began to cultivate in silence. Time passed day by day. Zhou had already reverted back to his original form, an azure tyrannical dragon quietly lying in the immortal's cave. As if he was petrified, he sunk into silence, not moving at all. The brilliant azure dragon scales on his body also gradually dimmed during this process, and the dust in the immortal's cave also gradually accumulated on his body, making him look like a statue. Time continued to pass. The luster on Zhou body became increasingly dim, and in the end, it was as if he had really died. His entire body did not emit the slightest trace of life. The dragon scales on his body and the dragon horns on his body also did not have the slightest trace of luster, just like a corpse that had been dead for many years. Zhou own divine sense also seemed to have died out. He could not feel anything, hear anything, see anything, or smell anything. It was as if he had completely died out. Only later, he could faintly hear the sound of waves in his body. And only at this time, from the deathly silence, he was finally glowing with life aura and had fluctuations of life. In this 1 month, he did not move at all. He had completely entered the nirvana realm and had even passed the first trial of death. Crack! At this time, The dragon scales on the surface of his body split open again, and then a brand new azure dragon drilled out from the crack. The current Zhou once again, had a change in his body shape. His body shape did not change much, but his hind legs had completely transformed into the eagle claws and tiger paws of the Ediosaurus. He quietly floated in the air. Although he had already woken up, he did not move. He was carefully feeling the changes in his body. A powerful force was circulating in his body, like an endless river, like the surging waves of a vast ocean. He felt that there was an inexhaustible power in his body. He even felt that his divine sense had become more agile. Many things that he had never thought about before were all surging into his mind at this moment. He even had a completely new understanding and comprehension of some of his previous cultivation methods, divine abilities, and battle skills. This feeling, is it really my perception that has improved? Zhou was also very surprised in his heart. If it was really his perception that had improved on his original foundation, then it was simply going to heaven. Chapter 780. My perception has really grown. Zhou quietly sensed the changes in his body. He was even more surprised in his heart. Originally, his perception was only the perception of his original body. This kind of perception was already heaven-defying. But now, under the cultivation system of the world of immortals, he once again took a small step forward. Don't look down on this small step. It was the most heaven-defying step. It improved his aptitude and bone structure. Every step he took, he would have even more terrifying strength. The first life and death tribulation of Nirvana realm brought about such benefits. This cultivation system is really scary. Zhou silently said in his heart. However, the feeling of life and death during Nirvana realm is really different from the transformation of the secret realm. He recalled the time of transformation. At that time, he felt helpless and powerless. It was as if he was really dead. This kind of feeling was completely different from the transformation of the secret realm. I must be more careful during the next few Nirvana realms. I was too careless this time. This temporary cave is not that safe. Zhou once again transformed into his human form. The current him was a little taller than before. If he looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child before, now he looked like a 10-year-old child. However, just at this time, Zhou complexion suddenly changed. Because he discovered that the divine ability he comprehended from the divine, steel, mysterious method, deep sea, had some changes. He sensed his own body. He discovered that in the deep sea within his body, there was actually an extra island. This is an island within the sea. The island's area was not big. It was only 3,000 square kilometers. However, the sky above the island was azure. There were mountain peaks on the ground. The spirit chi was dense. It was like a paradise. Zhou almost subconsciously took some tree species from the nearby mountain forest and threw them into the island. Immediately, the tree species quickly took root and sprouted on the island. It really became a paradise? Zhou was slightly astonished in his heart as well, but he quickly understood that this was a completely new divine ability formed after he entered the Nirvana realm and further developed the potential within his body. I know, when the heavenly steel mysterious technique is cultivated to a certain level, the divinized apertures in the body can also form a storage space. My blessed enclave is also a kind of storage space, and it's of a higher grade. Zhou mind flickered, and suddenly, a layer of faint ripples appeared around him. His blessed enclave was pushed open by him and manifested outside his body, turning into something to protect him. This theurgy was similar to Ku's Paradise Lost. It was a completely different world. However, this world was still very small, and it was still floating in its own deep sea. With further growth, this world would grow into something similar to Paradise Lost. I didn't expect that no matter which world I'm in, I would have to create something like an inner world. Zhou sighed in his heart. In the shrouded heaven world, he had a 10 heavenly spirit ring. In the Yang God world, he created an inner world cultivation system. Now, in the world of immortals, he also created a theurgy similar to Paradise Lost. Is it because my true fate was born in the 10 heavenly spirit ring? So every true fate has the potential to open an inner world? Zhou Tong couldn't help but come up with this absurd conclusion. It's good to have an inner world. I could be like Cuckoo and plant all kinds of heaven and earth essence in my inner world. Zhou Tong carefully studied his inner world. This was an inner world that was very suitable for planting. It could be turned into the most high-end medicine garden in the world. But before that, I need to strengthen my armor. Zhou Tong turned his head to look at the second piece of dragon skin he shed after the Nirvana transformation. He immediately refined this piece of dragon skin into his armor. After refining this piece of dragon skin, Zhou Tong's armor became much more beautiful. Of course, its defense was also much stronger. This was because the dragon scales on this piece of dragon skin were real Ediosaurus scales. Before this, the armor only looked like crocodile skin. I wonder if it's a Nirvana realm. Every time I undergo Nirvana transformation, I have to shed a piece of dragon skin like this. After putting on the armor again, Zhou Tong's heart was filled with anticipation. In fact, this transformation didn't only change his hind legs. He could feel that his body was also transforming into an Ediosaurus. His body was gradually becoming thinner and longer, transforming into a snake-like body. Maybe after 9 transformations and entering the immortal realm, I'll be able to transform into an Ediosaurus. Of course, the prerequisite is that the essence of Ediosaurus in my body can support it. Zhou Tong said in his heart. The most important thing for a Dragon King to evolve into an Ediosaurus was the essence of Ediosaurus. The more essence of Ediosaurus there was, the faster it would evolve. Therefore, Ku's mother was an Ediosaurus when she was just born. It was because she was an innate Ediosaurus condensed from the essence of Ediosaurus on the Dragon Island. Similarly, because the essence of Ediosaurus in every Dragon King's body was limited, the Dragon Kings needed to kill each other to seize the essence of Ediosaurus in their opponent's body. This would allow them to evolve into an Ediosaurus faster. Zhou Tong himself killed a Dragon King when he was just born. After that, when he was transforming on the Dragon Island, he also absorbed a large amount of essence of Ediosaurus left on the Dragon Island. All of this added together was equivalent to him killing 3 or 4 Dragon Kings, which was why his evolution speed was so fast. But let's hurry on. Zhou Tong immediately left the temporary cave dwelling and continued on his journey. He was not ready to undergo the second Nirvana immediately. Firstly, because of the danger of Nirvana, he needed to find a safer place to undergo the transformation. Secondly, he also wanted to take the opportunity to accumulate more foundation during this period of time. He wanted to refine more essence of the world, absorb more Ling Qi of the world, and absorb more essence of the sun and moon to accumulate more foundation. Only when he truly felt the rebirth of the Nirvana realm did Zhou Tong truly realize how rare of an opportunity this was. Opportunities that could raise one's aptitude were extremely rare even in the myriad of worlds. He needed to be prepared to welcome the next Nirvana transformation. On this journey to the Pure Land, Zhou Tong did not deliberately pursue speed. Instead, he moved forward little by little, searching for various essence of the world in countless mountains and rivers. Although the effectiveness of the Genesis techniques of the Shrouding the Heavens world was greatly reduced in this world, Zhou Tong made some further adjustments to the Genesis techniques to make them suitable for the world of immortals. Gradually, Zhou Tong found more and more essence of the world as he moved forward. At the same time, in Zhou Tong's own inner world, various kinds of essence of the world began to gradually fill up. Snow ginseng, 9-leaf purple ganoderma, jade grass, jade tree. Chapter 781. Along the way, Zhou Tong rushed towards the place where the Pure Land was located. Along the way, he didn't know how much heaven and earth spirit essence he had eaten, how much heaven and earth spirit chi he had absorbed, and his deep sea became deeper and deeper. And on this day, he suddenly felt that the second life and death tribulation of the Nirvana realm had arrived. This Nirvana was not intentionally facilitated by Zhou Tong, but because he had swallowed too much heaven and earth spirit essence. The potential in his body had reached the limit, which naturally pushed his cultivation base forward, allowing him to go one step further and begin the second Nirvana realm. He immediately escaped into a large forest nearby, quietly dug out a secret room of 10 square feet in the belly of the mountain, and after arranging a restriction, he returned to his original body and directly fell into a state of nirvana. His body was like a piece of dead wood, completely withered, and the dragon scales on the surface of his body did not have the slightest luster. Only the inner world in his body was still like a bright lamp, temporarily releasing wisps of life essence. The second death tribulation came, and his life force dissipated. Zhou Tong once again entered the most dangerous moment of the Nirvana realm. Time slowly passed, and the life fluctuations in Zhou Tong's body completely dissipated. His body began to wither, and the dragon scales and dragon horns almost fell off. His whole body was like a bag of bones. It was not until a month later that a wisp of life force appeared in Zhou Tong's body, and then this wisp of life force rapidly grew. A few days later, the life force began to erupt, and the dead body regained a majestic life force, exuding vigorous, profound chi. His withered body surpassed its previous peak. Soon after, he shed his skin again, shedding his old skin and being reborn once more. After the second sky of Nirvana realm, his body became more slender, and his flesh was comparable to a peerless divine iron, indestructible. His spirit, will, and perception had reached a new level of sublimation. At the same time, Zhou Tong also found that his inner world had also undergone a change. The island with a radius of 3,000 square kilometers had now grown by 10%, reaching 4,000 square kilometers. Floating in the air, Zhou Tong looked at the old skin he shed and felt as if it was a lifetime ago. The second sky of Nirvana realm, one transformation at a time. This feeling was like the shrouding the heavens world's longevity technique, living a new life. Could it be that the Nirvana realm actually contains the profound meaning of the shrouding heaven world immortality technique? Zhou Tong once again compared the two cultivation systems in his mind and realized that the transformation was indeed somewhat similar. He sat there quietly and meditated for a few days. After refining his third dragon skin into the armor, he broke out of seclusion and continued to move in the direction of the Pure Land that he had inquired and guessed. Zhou Tong continued to search for treasures as he advanced. It actually took him an entire year to cover the distance of 50,000 miles. During this year of time, he'd advanced a step further and directly attained the 5th level of the rebirth realm. No matter if it was the strength of his body, the divine energy in his body, natural talent, or physique, all of them had attained a realm that was difficult for others to attain. During this period, the biggest harvest was naturally the island in the deep sea inside his body. This island was already close to 10,000 square kilometers in area. Zhou Tong also used his magical powers to dig out some small-scale spirit veins, spirit peaks, 1,000-year-old ancient trees, spirit springs, and other things from various places. Now, the mountain peaks on the island were beautiful, and the spirit chi was overwhelming. The ancient trees towered into the sky, and the branches were as strong as dragons. In the forest, there were all kinds of spirit essences that Zhou Tong had found from all over the world. He could see ginseng that was as thick as an arm and 9-leaf Ganoderma that hung on it. There were also many medicinal herbs that were sparkling and translucent, containing a little bit of brilliance. The medicinal fragrance overflowed and refreshed the mind. This island had completely become a large and extremely precious medicinal garden. If Ka saw this scene, her eyes would definitely pop out. And on this day, Zhou Tong finally came to a strange place. The sky was blue without any impurities. It was like a huge sapphire covering the sky, giving people a feeling of infinite nature. The earth was full of vitality. All kinds of flowers and plants were embellished, making this land beautiful and full of vitality. Not far away, a small river meandered through the pure land where hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. The spring water made tinkling sounds. The sky, the earth, the fragrance of flowers, the sound of water, all combined together seemed to have turned into a natural, illusory array. Vaguely, Zhou Tong seemed to have returned to the shrouding the heavens world. He was high and mighty, watching his friends and relatives turn into dust one by one. However, it was only a moment of absent-mindedness before Zhou Tong immediately woke up. A natural illusory array? No, it's man-made. Someone is proficient in the Tao of nature and the Tao of illusory arrays. They combine the two into one, so they arrange such a sea of flowers full of illusions. Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. Coming back to his senses, Zhou Tong immediately stabilized his soul consciousness so that he would not be affected by this illusory array. He looked around carefully. The flowers and plants here, as well as the place where the river flowed, were all carefully designed so that the fragrance of the flowers and the sound of the water merged, evoking the secrets in the depths of people's hearts. Through sound, smell, and vision, Zhou Tong looked at the sky. This part of the sky had also been treated, so it was untainted by a speck of dust. This kind of array is quite interesting. After seeing through the illusory array, Zhou Tong naturally would not be in a trance anymore. Instead, he naturally appreciated the beautiful scenery of the sea of flowers, and at the same time, he was also evaluating this illusory array. Along the way, it was a beautiful sea of flowers. As far as the eye could see, the colorful flowers and plants made this place full of spiritual qi. Zhou Tong moved forward. His mouth and nose were full of fragrance and spiritual qi. During this period, he encountered many well-behaved and terrifying small animals, all of them curiously looking at Zhou Tong. There were snow-white rabbits and colorful five-colored deer. All of them ran and jumped around Zhou Tong. The dense spiritual qi in the sea of flowers was like smoke and fog. Under the sunlight, this place was as gorgeous as a dream. The array is getting stronger and stronger. Zhou Tong casually waved his hand, and immediately a brilliant cyan halo slashed out like a sharp sword. The surrounding dreamlike, dense spiritual qi was immediately cut open, and Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly opened up, seeing through the maze with a single glance. The array here was more or less understood, so Zhou Tong did not continue to walk, but directly flew forward. He flew directly for 500 miles before seeing the forest in front of him, which meant that he had left the sea of flowers. At the edge of the sea of flowers, Zhou Tong saw a low stone mountain with 4 words engraved on it, bewildering sea of flowers. The forest in front of the sea of flowers was verdant and lush, but it did not seem deep and wild. On the contrary, it was somewhat tranquil and peaceful. At first glance, it was clear that this was a good place to live in seclusion. It really is the bewildering sea of flowers. After passing through here, it will be a pure land. Zhou Tong's face flashed with a trace of joy, and directly walked into the forest in front of him. Chapter 782. Just when Zhou Tong left the bewildering sea of flowers and entered the forest, a delicate voice suddenly resounded. "Did you come out from the bewildering sea of flowers?" Following the voice, he saw a young girl standing quietly in the middle of a flowering tree not far away. This young girl's temperament was outstanding. She was like an orchid in an empty valley. Her limpid eyes were incomparably pure. Her figure was graceful. Her body was as tender as a jade willow. Her ink-like, long hair draped over her shoulders until her waist. She was wearing a white dress. She looked like a fairy that walked out from a painting. Her voice was as gentle as the spring breeze. Sure enough, it is Qing, one of the 2 most outstanding girls in the original work. This temperament is not inferior to Lan Nua. Zhou Tong exclaimed in admiration. This young girl's temperament was like a celestial flower on top of a celestial mountain. It was different from the rest. However, this young girl's gaze, when she looked at Zhou Tong, clearly carried a trace of alertness. She didn't get close to him. Those who could walk out of the bewildering sea of flowers by themselves were not weaklings. In the original work, Xiao Chun had to rely on the sacred tree of dragons to walk out of the bewildering sea of flowers. That's right. Zhou Tong slightly nodded his head. At the same time, he also lifted the hood of his gown, revealing a pair of azure dragon horns. Ediosaurus horns? You were the Dragon King? Seeing Zhou Tong's pair of azure dragon horns, Qingqing was clearly shocked. I know, it's you, the Azure Dragon King. You actually left the Dragon Island by yourself. Qingqing clearly knew about Zhou Tong's existence, because there was another Dragon King that came from the Dragon Island in this pure land. That was the Black Dragon King. You recognize me. It seems like there are people that came back from the Dragon Island. Zhou Tong looked at Qingqing. Are you not going to bring me to meet them? Qingqing was a little hesitant. She couldn't figure out what Zhou Tong was thinking. After all, according to what she knew, those people that left the Dragon Island on the Ediosaurus ship secretly colluded to exclude Zhou Tong and secretly summon the Ediosaurus ship. Therefore, Qingqing was not sure if Zhou Tong was here to seek revenge. However, she quickly made up her mind and said, I'm surprised that you managed to find this place. However, since you want to see them, I'll take you there. Little brother Azure Dragon, can you tell me how you found this place? Qingqing asked casually as she walked. There are always traces of things in this world. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. It's just that the dragons, have lost something here. Zhou Tong immediately understood what Qingqing meant. By the way, I'm not your underling. Although Qingqing looked indifferent and gentle, she was not a fool. How could she rashly bring an outsider into the Pure Land? One had to know that this Pure Land was a place where a group of old people lived in seclusion. Only God knew if these old people had any powerful enemies when they were young. Qingqing giggled and said, You've only been born for a little over a year. How can you not be a little brother? Zhou Tong was too lazy to say anything more and followed Qingqing forward. Along the way, Qingqing was like a little fairy running around lightly. Even if she met some deer or a little rabbit, she would greet them. What made Zhou Tong surprised was that those little animals seemed to understand her and nodded to her. Along the way, the bamboo basket in her hand was already filled with all kinds of herbs and wildflowers. After walking for about 10 miles, the trees in the forest gradually became sparse. Following that, a small village appeared in front of Zhou Tong. The spiritual energy there was dense and colorful clouds floated. There was a small bridge over flowing water and the fragrance of flowers and plants. It was like a paradise on earth. There were only a few dozen families in this small village. They were all small wooden houses with all kinds of divine vines crawling on the houses. The emerald green branches and leaves, as well as the bright-colored flowers, flickered with specks of light. Qingqing ran to the front of the courtyard, pushed open the fence, and cheerfully shouted, Grandpa, I'm back. Qingqing is back. An old man with white hair and a youthful complexion walked out of the house. However, he immediately saw Zhou Tong behind Qingqing. His gaze lingered on the pair of dragon horns on his head for a moment. Roar! However, at this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the small village. The sound wave was like thunder rolling across the sky, breaking the peace and tranquility of the small village. Following that, a black dragon that was at least 2 meters long rushed toward Zhou Tong from not far away. Its entire body flashed with black light like a dark cloud. This was also a Dragon King. It had already reverted to the head of an Ediosaurus and the tail of an Ediosaurus, but its body was still that of a lion and tiger. It did not evolve into Ediosaurus claws or Ediosaurus scales. It was too inferior compared to the Dragon King. Wong. As soon as this black dragon arrived near Zhou Tong, a pair of pitch-black dragon horns suddenly erupted with a black light. At the same time, the scales all over his body blossomed with a black light, and even the reverse scale stood up. In the end, everything turned into a pitch-black divine light that swept heavily toward Zhou Tong. Dragon's great abilities are not used like this. Looking at this black light, Zhou Tong chuckled. Suddenly, a green light flashed, and the black light that filled the sky was instantly destroyed by Zhou Tong. Dragon's great abilities were also divided into levels. The Black Dragon King's ability was at most at this sweeping level. How could it be a match for Zhou Tong's killing level of ability? Whoosh! Although its ability was broken, the Black Dragon King was not dispirited. Instead, it directly pounced toward Zhou Tong. Its right claw directly reached for Zhou Tong's heart, while its left claw slightly curled up. It seemed to be guarding against Zhou Tong's counterattack, but also seemed to be preparing to launch a thunderous attack at any time. This move was both offensive and defensive. It could be seen that this black dragon did not waste away in the year it left the Dragon Island. Instead, it made even more progress, especially its battle experience, which had skyrocketed. However, the Dark Dragon King's offensive and defensive pounce was frozen in midair. Zhou Tong did not even move his feet. He only used the power of Dragon's great ability to directly imprison the Black Dragon King. You're still young. You can't even transform, so don't think about fighting with me for the position of Dragon King. Wait until you grow up. Zhou Tong pointed his finger slightly. Boom! The green light controlled the Black Dragon King to heavily smash into the ground. The violent impact directly knocked the Black Dragon King unconscious. Xiaohei, slow down. Just when the Black Dragon King fainted, a silly little fatty ran over while sweating profusely. Xiaohei, what happened to you? The moment he saw the Black Dragon King on the ground, he immediately panicked. He quickly ran over to check the Black Dragon King's injuries. However, at this time, the old man at the side looked at Zhou Tong somewhat suspiciously. Are you really a Dragon King from the same period? The gap in strength is too scary. There's actually such a big gap between Dragon Kings. The strong one is not the Dragon King. It's me, Zhou Tong said unhurriedly. Soon after, he looked at the little fatty and said, Little fatty, speak. Who was the one who gave the idea to leave me, Xiao Chun, and Lan Nuo behind on the Dragon Island? Although it was already confirmed that the Undying Sex people were involved, but what if there were other people? Chapter 783. Only after Zhou Tong opened his mouth did the little fatty notice Zhou Tong at the side. He turned his head around and took a glance at Zhou Tong. Immediately after, he shivered and directly sat beside the Black Dragon King. You are the Azure Dragon King of the Dragon Island, the #1 Dragon King. The little fatty looked at Zhou Tong with a terrified expression. Then he threw himself onto the Black Dragon King's body. He was extremely terrified. Don't kill Xiaohei. He mistakenly thought that Zhou Tong was here to kill the Black Dragon King and seize the essence of the Edisaurus inside the Black Dragon King's body. Brother Fatty, don't be anxious. Little brother Azure, Dragon only asked you about the matters on the Dragon Island. Who was the one who suggested you to leave him behind? Ching Ching walked to the side of the fatty and pulled him, then said, It's the 3 seniors of the Undying Sect who suggested it. Grandma and I did not agree. They forced us. Under the fear of the little fatty, he narrated everything that happened on the Dragon Island in full detail on the spot. On the Dragon Island, it was those few old fellows of the Undying Sect who suggested it. Then everyone else agreed. Of course, there were also some who hesitated, but when they saw their own Dragon King, they very decisively agreed to the Undying Sect suggestion, including this little fatty. Only mediocre people don't attract jealousy. As expected, I am still too strong. Zhou Tong said softly. What the little fatty said was exactly the same as what Zhou Tong had expected. Summoning the ship of Edisaurus requires a total of 9 Dragon Kings. As long as one of them did not agree, they would not abandon Zhou Tong and the others. Therefore, it was very clear that everyone agreed. Narcissist. Ching Ching glared at Zhou Tong with a disgusted expression. It was those people of the Undying sect who suggested it. It has nothing to do with me. There's also that demon. It was that demon who forced us to do it. If we did not agree, he would completely annihilate our clan. Under the fear of the little fatty, he exposed another information. Hearing this information, Zhou Tong was also startled. He did not expect that demon was also involved. The devils in the original work had never done such a thing. I know, that demon needs the sacred dragon tree to recover. So Xiao Chun, not leaving Dragon Island, is the best choice for him. Zhou Tong thought of this point almost instantly. Furthermore, the situation on Dragon Island is also different from the original work. I'm too strong. I'm afraid that I've already attracted the devil's attention. That's why he came up with this plan. That little fatty is indeed unkind. I'm sorry, but this old man is willing to compensate for him. The old man who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke up. Grandpa, Ching Ching looked at the old man in surprise. That's the sacred mountain. As far as I know, there's a strand of ancestral dragon chi there. It should have been left for the Black Dragon King, but since you've come looking for me, I'll take it as compensation for you. Zhou Tong also took a deep look at this old man and thought to himself, as expected of an old senior who has been in seclusion for many years. My realm can't be hidden from him at all. All right. After being silent for a moment, Zhou Tong nodded his head. This Daozu dragon chi was something he must obtain, but now that the local had spoken up, the difficulty would be reduced by a lot. But that sacred mountain has its own rules. Moreover, it is extremely dangerous. Even we are helpless. We can't guarantee whether we can obtain that Edisaurus dragon chi. We can only point out a path for you. That's all. The old man continued. Soon after, he roughly explained some of the rules of the sacred mountain to Zhou Tong. The barbarian sacred mountain was the most mysterious place between heaven and earth. According to legend, Swirinchi Zhushun wanted to refine a Cyprius furnace that could smelt all living things between heaven and earth. But later on, for some unknown reason, the Cyprius furnace turned into a sacred mountain. It became the host of the sacred soul between heaven and earth. After many powerful experts died, their soul power would return to that place. Of course, this was only a part of the secret that they knew. According to legend, there were even more secrets that were unknown to others. Even the prophets of the various barbarian tribes didn't know about it. But the old man here knew that there must be the sacred soul of dragons, or even the sacred soul of a dragon king, inside. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard. The Black Dragon King that was knocked unconscious by Zhou Tong woke up at this time. It also heard the old man talking about the dragon soul and immediately let out a dragon's roar. Roar! Roar, roar! The Black Dragon King kept roaring at the old man, and after roaring, he kept roaring at Zhou Tong with an exasperated and irritable look. You also want to go to the Sacred Mountain and obtain the Edisaurus Dragon King's Dragon Chi? You want to compete with me fairly? With the current you? Zhou Tong smiled and shook his head. The gap is too big. The current you is not qualified to compete with me at all. Take advantage of the fact that I don't want to kill you now. Scram! Zhou Tong's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a pressure as heavy as a mountain descended and enveloped the Black Dragon King's body. Wong! The Black Dragon King didn't struggle at all. His head felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer. Even his soul was shaken. Then his eyes rolled back, and he directly fainted again. Not only the Black Dragon King, even the little fatty beside the Black Dragon King was affected by Zhou Tong's dragon aura. His eyes rolled back, and he also fainted. Zhou Tong looked at the human and dragon one last time, then turned and left. And after Zhou Tong left, only then did this old man exclaim in admiration, "What a terrifying dragon pressure. Even I got goosebumps all over. The dragons have really produced a monster in this generation. I'm afraid that the strongest Edisaurus in history is going to be born in this generation." Ching Ching looked at the Black Dragon King worriedly. Then she looked at the old man. "Grandpa, Do the Dragon Kings really have to fight to the death? The Black Dragon King had been here for more than a year. During this time, Ching and the Black Dragon King had already developed feelings for each other. She naturally didn't want to see the Black Dragon King face Zhou Tong. The old man shook his head and said, "There's another possibility. That is, the Black Dragon King will give up the position of Edisaurus. This Azure Dragon King is too strong. No one in this generation of Dragon Kings can compete with him. I originally thought that Ching's aptitude was something I had never seen before. I didn't expect to see it today. Is he really that strong?" Ching couldn't believe it and mumbled softly. "He's only been born for more than a year, and his cultivation has already caught up to or even surpassed your 10 years of cultivation. Do you think he's strong or not?" The old man shook his head. "You've just barely started to reach nirvana. But for what I can see, the Azure Dragon King has already passed a few death tribulations. He's already halfway through the nirvana realm. His cultivation speed is 10 times faster than yours. Furthermore, from his dragon aura and the way he uses the dragon's divine ability, he definitely didn't use any secret techniques that would harm his foundation. The solidity of his foundation is also rarely seen in this world." The old man gave Zhou Tong a rather high evaluation. Although they had only met once, Zhou Tong was already the highest evaluation in his heart. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.